Oh, yeah.
All right, just give me one moment. No, the only person who's in the waiting room is his client.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Are you doing the sleep?
Thank you. All right, the court is calling 2025 CR 009530, State versus Maria Magdalena Cisneros. Can I have parties announced?
Wants to be white. Oh, yes. No, it's
And are you Miss Cisneros? Counselor, have you received all discovery that you review with your client?
he's going out.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Probation, this is an application.
Thank you, Judge.
Did you review the application for community supervision with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it? Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
What's your name, Zanani?
Any objection?
Okay.
All right. Did you review the court admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places? All right, the state is proceeding on count 2. That's possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1,
Yeah, no worries.
4 to 200 grams. That's a second-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not enter the plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? You have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent. By entering this plea, you're giving up those rights. Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yeah.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her? Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense? Ms. Cisneros, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea? Anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? If you're not a U.S. citizen, by entering this plea, you will be deported, denied naturalization, and reentry. Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it? According to the plea, the state, any objections to the court writing in that the state is only proceeding on count 2? All right, according to your plea bargain agreement, the state is proceeding on count 2 only. Punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 6 years in the prison. There's a $1,000 fine. The state is opposed to your application, and there's to be restitution of $180 to DPS for drug testing. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense is at the plea. State is at the plea. Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in both
I
places?
think he needs to use some.
By signing that, you're waiving your right to appeal. The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, are there any such motions? Then to count 2, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State any evidence.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right. Did you review the waiver and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same. Right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Counsel, if you're requesting a PSI and CAP evaluation, it won't be completed until February. All right, Ms. Abrams, how much time do you need? I'm sorry?
I said, let me give you a date.
All right, thank you.
Can we do February the 5th?
All right, so we'll be back on February 5th. Once you sign the reset form, you'll be excused. Is there a need for a mental health evaluation as well?
I don't think that's.
All right, so it'll be a PSI and TAP evaluation. What I can tell you is there's going to be more than one appointment with probation. Usually there's appointment for the PSI, and then they give you another date to do the TAP evaluation. Make sure you make each of those appointments. If you have some confusion over what date it is, just call and ask them, all right? We'll come back on February 5th. I'll base my decision on your application based upon whatever evidence is presented. All right, thank you. They'll give you a reset form, and once you sign that, you'll be excused. Before you leave, they'll talk to probation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you're welcome.
On that front row by probation. Right here.
I just realized that my mother.
So, we're getting a reset form, Judge, from.
Yes, they'll,
Probation.
once she signs the reset form, you won't get it from probation. They'll give it, the clerk will give it to you. All right, Quentin Meadows.
She said come back on February.
He should be on Zoom as well, Judge.
It's on Zoom. And I'll need-
I'm here. I'm sorry.
all right, I'll need both parties to show video, please. All right.
Hold on. Let me cut on. Forgive me, Judge. I'm in the store with my granny. So that's why my background looks kind of crazy. I'm sorry.
All right, so Mr. Meadows, I
ma'am.
understand that you've been on Zoom yesterday all day and you're on Zoom now, but when you are placed on Zoom for court,
Yes, ma'am.
you need to find a stationary place and you need to make sure you're dressed appropriately, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so where are we on discovery?
We have all the discovery, Judge. The states complied with, their mandate, and we have everything we need. We can be in person at the next setting. I think it'd be helpful to help resolve this case. So I'll have Mr. Meadows in person. We'll both be in person at the next setting that we're assigned. And I think we'll have an expeditious resolution to this case.
All right, isn't he in Vegas?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Judge.
All right, if you want, he can appear by Zoom since he's in Vegas.
Okay.
I'm gonna set your plea deadline date. And if state, were you able to tender an offer?
Yes, Kat.
Have you received a plea offer,
But he got-
No, ma'am.
Mr. Fox?
Oh,
No, Judge.
All right, so
Not yet.
y'all will need to confer off docket. I'm gonna set this for a plea deadline date. And I'm gonna set your plea deadline date for January 8th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
thank you so much.
Continue,
You're
Judge.
welcome. You too, have a good one.
You too as well. Happy holidays.
All right, happy holidays and move slow for your grandmother. Don't rush her through the store.
No, that's why I left her in the thing back there. But I'm gonna go back. Thank you so much.
And do not accidentally run that shopping cart on her ankle. That's very painful.
I got you.
All right, have a
All
good
right.
one.
You too as well.
Bye-bye. All right, David Cortez Jimenez, where is he?
Judge is here. Are we here?
So is there a reason you were late for court?
Oh, no, we got, we're here. Morning.
No. Court starts at 9. I called the docket at 9. He didn't answer. So why were you late? I called the docket at 9 and there wasn't a response.
Really?
Yes, Okay, so let me explain something. I don't know any of the people on the docket. There's no reason why I would mark that somebody didn't answer the docket if they answered the docket at 9. I don't have any skin in the game. This is what I'm telling you. Docket call in this court is at 9 unless your reset form says otherwise. So I expect everyone to be here at 9. Do you understand? All right. So where are we on discovery?
We tendered, as we're judge, and we've also tendered an opportunity.
All right. And how old are you, sir?
50,
All right.
I'll take care of this. See you next time.
Okay.
Friday.
All right. This is going to be recalled back for a plea deadline date on December 18th. Once you sign the reset form, you will be excused. All right, your reset date for plea deadline date will be December 15th. Once you sign the reset form, you're excused. All right, that's your plea deadline date.
Thank you.
All right, let's line the jurors up. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
All right, thank you. We're gonna go back on the record. And 2024 CR 3498 State versus Duran Evans. Are both parties ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you'll have your witness retake the stand, please.
Yeah, no. The dates?
No. Getting ready to have the jurors come on.
I thought I had one in my bag, but I do not.
Please on the big screen, hearing on the screen, the jurors.
All right, everyone, I'm just waiting for him to.
Yeah, so that's fine.
No.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot to get my hands. Which one? Yes. No, don't ask why. Must remember that when you testify.
All right, let's bring the jurors in.
All right, for the jury.
Yes. Thank you. All right, everyone, please be seated. And you may continue, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Subject minutes, I'm gonna continue with what's been marked as state exhibit 3. State exhibit 3A. State exhibit 3 is gonna be the unredacted phone call. This exhibit 3A, it's gonna be the redacted phone call.
Yes, sir.
You had a chance to listen to both of these discs,
Yes, sir.
and how do you know these are the discs that you listened to
It's got my initials and the dates that I reviewed them.
on each of the discs?
Yes, sir.
And have, to your knowledge, each of these discs been modified or changed in any way other than legal redaction?
No, sir.
And then for the record, Your Honor, at this time, statement to submit exhibit 3A, which is the redacted version.
Any objection?
Oh, the signatures. Yeah, it was just. Got it. No objections, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 3A is admitted without objection. State, you may proceed.
Will we publish to the jury?
Yes.
Judge, just for clarification, I'm not objecting to them because you had made a prior ruling and I had previously objected. I just want to make that clear on the record.
Yes. My understanding with that, you all need to do it from the laptop. Because for some reason that doesn't work. Sure.
Pausing the video at 7 seconds. Bart, can you hear that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Counsel, if you want, you can place the microphone near it, and that way the jury may be able to hear it and defense will be able to hear it as well. Just make sure it's on. And could I have parties approach briefly?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
We're good.
She's an attorney on here to observe.
All right, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Being
Sure.
observant. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
We need the audio at 8 seconds. Pausing the audio at 27 seconds. One second, let me just pull up. Make sure I get all the details correct. We're starting on with this, well, I'm sorry. Yes. That actually is that. One second, let me just pull up this case. So I can make sure I got all the details correct for you. The contact is I'm investigating a report, an incident that occurred at the Live Oak Police Department, sorry, at the, Live Oak, movie theater. Are you familiar with what incident I may be speaking about? My assumption is only centered around my tweet. I'm sitting on in my neighborhood, nothing wrong. Remember what happened on that day or during that incident? On that day, what happened? That we can't live without them. That's our society nowadays. She, some people may think she is no valuable to the table, so they can turn around and she, She was telling the movie theater employee that. She was telling the movie theater employee that she didn't appreciate her telling her the phone was going, or she was telling you that. She was telling. That's what she expressed to me. That's how it is. She was just really treated by I didn't think in my opinion, the rating, the person trying to help you find your phone. Yes. And she just felt so strongly offended by that, that it seemed like she felt like if he just reading into the manager was just surprised to get talked to that way and was trying to really keep her from the show. I've never done that, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, so that's why you can do this between us, so things that you have to do that. On that, overthrown, they see what you're trying to perceive, why, like, you know, so that's pretty much kind of like you're trying not to dig it, issue. Um, yeah, I know that one. It's just, so she wasn't able to find her phone, right? Okay, so during the argument, at any point in time, was there any physical contact from her to you or vice versa? No. Okay. So what I'm reporting or what I'm investigating is an accusation that there was an assault that occurred during the argument. And that's the information that I've been given. And that's the reason why I'm asking whether or not there had ever been any physical contact. Okay, because, what's been reported was that you, during the argument, the things that got heated and that you actually choked her. Okay. No, I didn't choke her. And again, going back, like I said, I understand a lot of what you explained, you know, as far as trying to be the mediator, and trying to help somebody, and then continuing to get mad, things continue to escalate to the point where sometimes, like you said, you have to get out of the car and walk away. You know, but again, we've all been there, and sometimes we can control it, and sometimes we can't. And again, I'm not saying that it's right for anybody to put any hands on anybody, and I'm not saying that she did. But again, I understand that sometimes that's a possibility that it could happen. And what's being reported is that that's what happened. So again, if you were pushed to a moment that you've never been to based off of her behavior, the things that she was telling you and all that, and you reached out of that anger or something that she may have said to set you off, and you did make contact, but you realize what you're doing and you stop to pull back, there's a difference between that and actually going and, you know, going after somebody and assaulting them to the point where you're trying to injure them. And I don't think, based off of what you've told me so far, that was your intent to injure her, but that maybe it was something that she hit a nerve based off of her behavior and the things that she may have been saying, that there was a possibility that maybe you did make contact with her, but then realized, you know what, like you said, that's not you, that's not who you are, and you remove yourself from that situation. Okay? So again, at any point in contact, was there ever any contact made between you and your stepdaughter, Ms. Jefferson?
And well, there was any contact because when I out of the retaliation of sneaking back in here, because I'm driving the car and she's sitting in the back seat at a distance where there's something that I can actually reach that far. I don't have Michael Jordan's same jam on my second.
You know, every time get her mind off of, you know, the things that she's going through. And unfortunately, it turned into a situation that kind of escalated to where she got, you know, upset over her phone, and it just kind of kept going and going. That's kind of what I'm getting from what you're telling me. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's hard to believe. We were just trying to relieve her of that pressure, and she compensated that. It seemed like nobody taking her side.
Yes.
She's strong. It feels like when nobody takes my side, I feel like nobody is out for me. To me, I'm And I feel like even when I'm trying to hear kind of like from you, she obviously did what your kids at school. You get going to the school, you hear your child, they need to get a personal teacher.
Was she sitting behind you or was she sitting behind the passenger?
She was sitting behind that, my wife.
Okay, I'm just trying to get an idea of where everyone was sitting. So as you're driving out, you said you kind of had to reach back and that you may have made contact with her arm. Is there any way that there's any contact made with her neck? Because what's being reported was that during that altercation with things not physical, that you choked her. Now, again, you're saying you reached back. I don't know if there's a possibility that your hand may have got hit her neck, thinking it was her arm. So I'm trying to understand whether this is something that was done intentionally or something that may have been done accidentally. Because again, there's obviously a difference between the way things are done. You know, obviously things can be done intentionally, like that your intent was to reach back and grab her by her neck and choke her, or your intent was to reach back and kind of, swing and say, hey, look, that's enough. And at that time, you may have made contact with her neck, thinking it may have been her arm. Because again, we have different people that are involved in this, okay? So there's more than one report that's been made that has been identified as her being choked or hit in the neck. And that's the reason why I'm trying to figure out exactly what happened and what the intent was behind it. And again, I'm with you 100%. What you're telling me as far as, look, she just kept going, and we all get to that breaking point. But again, there's a difference between doing something with the intent of hurting somebody and then doing something because, you're trying to get their attention and say, hey, enough's enough. And that's what I'm trying to figure out exactly what the intent was and whether or not there was any contact made with her neck.
Well, my intent was to get her attention, to get enough once enough because for the longest, in wrestling with, in couple altercations of trying to, this is just on occasion of trying to get her shot sometimes because, she comes home, from time to time when she's here at our house and she's talking to her mom about the things that have happened at work, no matter what job she had, sharing her frustration. Her mom had to try to help her be outside the box. And sometimes she's kind of involved by, I don't think you hear me out there, so she needs out.
On the phone nowadays, the way technology is, you know.
So, saying I have a normal habit that my wife is using. I know my husband, I know his habit. You got that, you got that.
When it comes to things like some of what may have occurred, yeah, that's why we reach out to everybody involved to get their side, to see if things match up, and a lot of what you're telling me matches up exactly what was said, other than again, the form of contact, okay? And so that's why I'm trying to get an idea again, so we're on the same page. What I'm getting from you is, my understanding is like you're saying, as a parent, we try to teach our kids, once they get to a certain age and they're adults, they gotta pretty much do what they want to do. And sometimes for us as a parent, it's hard for us to see that our kids are adults now, and that that's when they can make their own decisions. And again, we also can make the decisions that, hey, if you're gonna be disrespectful like that, then you're no longer allowed, to be in my car or my house and things like that. So it seems like it's kind of a not a steady thing, but you guys are still trying to do the right thing, by taking around it and all that stuff. So I get 100% where you're at. But again, definitely I would, once we're done hearing, I'm pretty more than happy to speak, to your wife and just kind of hear what she has to say. But again, the allegation that was made was that there was contact made with her neck, which was in a matter of her being choked. So again, at any point in time, could there be anything that misconstrued as to your hand going around her neck or reaching back and making contact with her neck?
No, because like this, I'm in the driver's seat.
Yes, sir. So when you answered the call, was that after you had reached back and made contact with her?
I was driving.
Yeah, like, yeah.
I didn't want to because you know we were in the parking lot and away from other vehicles everywhere.
We don't want all people when I gotta change their mindset, and sometimes we just gotta move on and let them think what they want to think and live their own life. So I get where you're coming from 100%. So
We got one to contact her to call her to have her be choked to feel threatened because I've never seen anything to try to put her to feel like the problem that day. If I had to myself in my own biological children, I have 3 boys and I have 1 dog. Well, I understand that I'm the only one growing up around to this and I did come to see the things where treated by fear. All the time. At least 100%. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go and document, what we spoke about, and again, the document, basically what you told me. And, as far as the contact and all that stuff, I'll document it. You're advising that there was no contact made, it could be construed as somebody being choked or anything like that, so.
So Sergeant Jimenez, how did this conversation affect your investigation?
Based off of the information where he did admit that there was some sort of contact, that supported that during
No, I would
the,
object to that. That's not what the conversation was. There's nothing in there that said that he ever made contact with the complaining witness. I think that's a mischaracterization of what the jury just heard.
All right, the objection will be overruled. You'll have a chance for cross-examination. State, you may proceed.
Let me ask that again, Sergeant. How did this conversation affect your investigation?
it just provided me with more information in reference to the, Mr. Duran's side of the story. And that based off of what he did report to me was that there was some type of contact. So from that point on, I continued on with the investigation to get more clarification from the witness and the complainant.
Now, to be clear, the contact that Mr. Duran mentions in the recording we just heard, it was not to the neck, it was to the arm, correct?
Yes, sir. To my understanding, yes, sir.
But that was different from what he originally told you where there was no contact.
Yes, sir.
After this conversation, did you do anything else in your investigation?
Yes, sir. I reached out to the witness and then to the complainant again.
And after all that, you still decided to file this case with our office?
Yes, sir.
How are you able to distinguish whether you should file a case or not?
We have elements. Each crime has a set of elements that have to be met. Once those elements are met, then we have probable cause to determine that either the case can be filed at large, there could be a warrant placed, signed for, or signed by a judge, or we can file it at large, the charges.
And what did you decide to do in this case?
At this point, I decided to file the charges at large.
What does that mean?
It means we send it up to the district attorney's office for further review. From my understanding is that the district attorney have investigators that will review all of the information. And then,
Objection to the speculation. He doesn't know in fact this occurred.
Sustained.
What charge did you file at large?
I'm sorry,
What charge did you decide to file at large?
assault, family violence, strangulation.
We pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, does anyone need a break before cross-examination? All right, defense, you may proceed.
Thank you. Officer Jimenez, good afternoon. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well. So let's go back with your investigation. Let me ask you a couple of questions. You've been trained on how to conduct investigations,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And in part of conducting those investigations, you're trained that you shouldn't have witnesses or a complaining witness or any witnesses at the same time talking, telling you their version of the case. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. It's not ideal.
You try to, it's not ideal. You try to keep them separate. And the reason for that is so that they can't, listen to what one person says and then they change their testimony to kind of cooperate with the first person says, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in this case, you spoke with the witnesses and the complaining witness. It was always by phone. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You never met with them in person
No, ma'am.
and you never took any photographs of the complainant.
I never met with her. No, ma'am.
So you never said, so just based on what she's telling you, now, did you do any investigation as to the complaining witness's credibility?
No, ma'am.
You didn't go to the movie theater and you didn't interview the manager or any of the staff that was there, did you?
No, ma'am.
You never asked the manager, hey, is there any video, security video of the inside of the movie theater, did you?
No, ma'am.
And you never asked, hey, is there any security video on the outside of the movie theater, did you?
No, because there's no video out there. We're aware of the video. There's no video outside.
Okay, but you never went to go check to see whether or not they may have put it since the last time you looked?
No, ma'am, no.
Now, this alleged incident occurred sometime on September the 17th of 2022, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Now, can you tell me the officers that were involved in this investigation other than you?
I believe it was Officer Caballero, and it was looked into in reference to the other video, which was, I believe, determined to be Officer Kennedy.
Okay, so Officer Caballero and Officer Kennedy. And the only person that actually made any FaceTime with the complaining witness or any of the other witnesses would have been Officer Kennedy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Officer Caballero only spoke to the complaining witness by phone, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it surprise you that Officer Caballero had testified earlier and stated in her report that she didn't understand that the complaining witness barely made a report? Would that
I
surprise
don't
you?
understand the question.
That basically she was saying, that she just barely thought this was an offense and barely thought this was something to report. Would that surprise you?
I don't understand the question. I don't.
Would it surprise you that Officer Caballero,
Mhm.
in her report and as she testified, that the complaining witness barely made a report about this incident?
No, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor, that's a misstatement of the testimony.
That objection will be overruled.
Thank you. Now, you then talked this, again, let's go back on the timeline. This allegedly happens on September the 17th of 2022, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the complaining witness then contacts your department and speaks with, by phone, to Officer Caballero on September the 24th of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Okay, so that's about 7 days goes by, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Then on October the 6th is when you receive the details or you review the details of what Officer Caballero and what Officer Kennedy have interviewed or investigated. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're looking now, it's almost about 2 weeks go by.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then we go on to October the 20th of 2022. And you contacted and reviewed the dispatch call that the complaining witness made. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was the call that was made to Officer Caballero. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in there, in your report, and if you need to refer to it, I'll be happy to show it to you, that you indicated that Ms. Jefferson, who is the complaining witness, did not advise who she was assaulted by. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, that's an important fact. If you're claiming somebody assaults you, you would tell, especially if you're the one that's calling the police department, you would say, hey, so-and-so assaulted me. Wouldn't you agree with me?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
But that didn't happen on that date, did it?
No, ma'am.
Then we go to, let's see, now we're back into November 2nd of 2022. That's 46 days after the alleged incident occurred. You'd agree with me that's about that much time?
Yes, ma'am.
So then on October the 2nd, 46 days later, you attempt to make contact with Mr. Duran. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That is my client, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you never spoke with him in person. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
You never interviewed him in person. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you you try to get a hold of him, I'm assuming by phone,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And you weren't able to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you left a message asking did he call you back, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so then 2 days later, he calls you back.
Yes, ma'am.
He voluntarily calls you back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's on November the 4th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now we've heard that conversation in there, and he repeatedly denies choking Miss Jefferson, correct?
I don't agree with that, but if that's your assumption, yes, ma'am.
You heard that video that we all heard, and you asked him, did you ever choke her? And he said, no, I never choked her. And he says it repeatedly.
Yes, ma'am. You're right. I misunderstood the question. Yes, ma'am. You're right.
Okay, so we're all under agreement now that he always denies, I never choked her. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was not hesitant in answering your questions, was he?
No, ma'am.
In fact, he was very forthcoming with you. Would
Yes,
you
ma'am.
agree with me?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And he was providing some context as to how how the complaining witness, Ms. Jefferson, was acting on that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, he even gave you further context saying that she's had this type of personality since he's known her, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That she's very confrontational, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that she's very aggressive, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that she escalates simple situations way beyond the situation is warranted, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, he tells you that he's tried to help her on numerous occasions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
He's helped her move, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
He's helped her get a car,
Yes,
correct?
yes, ma'am.
He's helped her with problems that she's had, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, he's told her, hey, look, man, I was taught never to touch a woman, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And by listening to his voice, he was very smooth in his demeanor. It wasn't like he was being aggressive or argumentative with you, correct?
No, ma'am, not at all.
In fact, he says, hey, man, whenever things get out of control, I get up and leave, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so then we go on to. Now, he denies choking her repeatedly, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you keep prompting him and say, well, it could have been in an accident. And he says, I may have hit or grabbed her arm. But that's not what he's saying, maybe, but I don't think so because I got out of the car, correct?
My perception of that is different than yours. My perception, if I can explain,
No, I just want to know.
Yeah.
He says, I may have. He never says I did.
he's,
correct?
yes, ma'am, he may have.
And he never says grabbed, did he?
I believe that he
You
did.
know, he said, I may have. He never said I did.
Okay, yes. ma'am.
Did he?
I can't recall. I mean, I'll take your word for it.
Okay, well, you just heard the thing. He never said I
I don't
grabbed.
remember every word that was said, ma'am.
Okay, and the jury can take it back. He never says I grabbed her arm.
I believe he said I may have grabbed her arm.
I may have. And that's with you repeatedly asking him. But he's adamant, isn't it true, that he never choked her, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you had an opportunity to look at the complaining witness's statement, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's part of your investigation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take her statement?
I believe I did speak to her after I.
I'm not asking you, did you speak to her after? I'm saying, did you take her statement?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
You did. So who is Patty Berry or Beatty? Who is that?
That's not the statement that I received from her.
Okay, so there's another statement
The recording of a statement that
about a written statement.
no, ma'am, I did not take a written statement from her. I took a
Oh, I'm
follow-up
asking you,
statement.
did you take a written statement from her?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you're talking about a recorded statement. What date did you take that recorded statement?
I'm gonna refer back to my report.
Sure, go ahead.
It was on November 10th.
November the 10th. So on November the 10th, that's 54 days after it allegedly happened, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, she gave a written statement. Now, did you have an opportunity to review that written statement?
During the investigation, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So 54 days after the alleged incident, you take a recorded statement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 1, and I'd ask you to look at that and see if you can recognize that and identify it.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, and what is that?
That is Ms. Jefferson's written statement.
Okay, now I'm going to point out some dates to you on this written statement.
Yes, ma'am.
So on the very first page of this written statement, it's dated, what's the date on there?
Objection, Your Honor, to hearsay.
Okay, well,
Sustained.
okay, so this written statement was taken on or about September the 28th of 2022. Would you agree with me on that?
Can I see it again?
Just to refresh your memory,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And then, and she signs it at the bottom. You would agree with me, correct?
I didn't take it, so I don't know her signature.
There's a.
Yes, there's a
Just
signature.
assume for argument's sake that
Yes, ma'am.
that's her signature,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And that the date on that date that she signed it on page 1 is September the 28th of 2022, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now we're gonna go to page 2. And for investigative purposes, just to kind of clear this up, we want to make sure that facts in your investigation are being memorialized as soon as or as close to or contemporaneous to the incident so that memories are fresh and that facts are recalled easily. You would agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So page 1, taken on September the 28th, up at the top, at the bottom. Page 2, which is the same statement, just continuing because she ran out of room on page 1, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we go on page 2, but on page 2, she has it dated as September the 27th, the day before. You
Yes,
agree
ma'am.
with me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, and in that statement, when she was talking, let's go back to when she's talking to Officer Caballero, and you reviewed that, right? Her Officer Caballero's
Yes, ma'am.
report and how she's talking to the complaining witness, and the complaining witness is telling her what happened 7 days after the alleged incident.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you remember that? So in that statement that you reviewed, the complaining witness says that it happens with one hand. Do you need to be reviewed?
No, ma'am. I'll take your word for it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is 7 days. So she's had 7 days to think up of her story. And then on that 7th day, she calls and she says, oh yeah, well, he choked me, but he choked me with one hand, his right hand. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
So now we go 54 days, and she's really pissed at Mr. Duran because he disrespected her because he didn't take her side at the movie theater when she was accusing the staff of stealing her phone. Okay, so 54 days later, now she says it's with two hands. You agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now, as part of your investigation, this all happened supposedly inside that vehicle. Did you ever take photographs of Mr. Duran's vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever even look at his vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see whether it was even possible physically for someone who's driving a car to be able to reach back, not with one hand, but now it's two hands 54 days later, to
No.
strangle this girl? Did you ever look to see if that was physically possible?
No, ma'am.
Yeah, but that,
Yes, ma'am.
absolutely, I would agree with you. So that didn't happen, right?
No,
You
ma'am.
didn't do that investigation. So you didn't get any witnesses other than the complaining witness. You didn't get any, and the grandma, of course. Okay, so let's talk about grandma's statement. Did you have an opportunity to look at grandma?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, statements as part of your investigatory process, you want people to be truthful. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
And so usually the procedure is that when they write a written statement, it's usually sworn to, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because if people give a false statement to a police officer, that's a crime, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
You're making a false police report, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you want to get them, and that could be any witness, not necessarily the complaining witness. If somebody's going to say, hey, I'm a witness to a crime, and they take a written statement and it's sworn to, because you want to make sure that person's telling the truth, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So they're sworn to, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I promise to tell the truth, nothing but, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So the complaining witness gives her statement and it's sworn to. That's defense exhibit number 1. It's sworn to, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you did have an opportunity to look at grandma's statement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
So I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as defense exhibit 2. And I'm going to ask you if you look at that and if you recognize that.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
That's Miss Barbara Jefferson's written statement.
That's grandma.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm horrible with names, so I just use grandma because that's what I remember people
Yes, ma'am.
by. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. That's just, I can't remember people's names. All right, so grandma gives a statement and it's dated up at the top as September the 25th of 2022. Would that be correct?
May I see that again?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, at the top, it's about being sworn, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because she's given a statement to law enforcement and you want to make sure that that person's under oath, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that statement under oath?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is it saying that it's under oath? Who signed it? Who said the officer that was under oath? And is there any witness there that says it's under oath?
At the top right here, it says the date that they personally appeared before the officer.
Who? Who's the officer?
There's no officer listed on there.
So we don't know if that person is swore that person in, do we?
No, ma'am.
Exactly. And we're at the bottom, we're supposed to be witnessed by somebody. Is that got a name down there?
No, ma'am.
Absolutely not. All right. So we can infer that this was not a sworn statement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, again, you had an opportunity to read and review as part of your investigation
Yes, ma'am.
this statement.
Yes, ma'am.
And in this statement, grandma doesn't say anything about two hands being used to choke the complaining witness, does she?
Hearsay and improper impeachment.
Pardon, what is your objection?
Hearsay and improper impeachment.
Sustained.
There's nothing in this statement that 100% corroborates what the complaining witness says, does it? 100%.
No, ma'am. Not 100%.
It does not 100% corroborate. We'll just go with that. Thank you. Now, one moment, Your Honor. Mr. Duran, when he was talking to you on the phone, he says that Ms. Jefferson, the complaining witness, has a history of being aggressive, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And escalates, just to use vernacular, she can go from 0 to 100 in 2.2 seconds.
Yes, I believe that was the verbiage.
In fact, he stated that sometimes when she gets into a rage, he even gave an example of she got so upset about whatever and left the house walking down the street and not paying attention, she got hit by a bus.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so that night at the movie theater, when she's getting very unreasonably upset over a phone that she forgot at the movie theater and is accusing everybody of stealing her phone, Mr. Duran was trying to calm her down.
Yes,
Right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
In fact, he even said, he goes, look, man, I was trying to listen to what the manager was saying, and I thought that she was being completely unreasonable and it was escalating it and accusing, this poor 18, 19-year-old manager about, stealing the phone. It's like, hey, you shouldn't be talking like that. You're gonna make things worse. You would agree with me, correct? In fact, it could have been, had he not gone in there to try to help her find the phone and get her out, there's a possibility that they could have called the cops on her, right?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So just real quick here on. So did you give the complaining witness and grandma the statement forms to fill out?
No, ma'am.
Do you know who did?
I believe it was Officer Kennedy.
Okay, so with your experience investigating, would it be a good thing to do to give two witnesses, and we'll say the complaining witness is a witness, right?
Yes,
Is a
ma'am.
witness, okay. So to let the two witnesses to say, hey, here's some blank forms, go home, talk amongst yourself, get your story right, and then bring them back to me. Would that be
Objection, Your Honor,
proper?
speculation.
Overruled.
Would that be proper investigatory skills to do?
No, ma'am.
So then you call up grandma saying, hey, man, where's your statement? And you call her on November the 10th of 2022,
Yes, ma'am.
54
This is
54 days afterwards, you call her up and say, hey, man, like, where's the statement? Where's your statement? And you don't call grandma because grandma doesn't call you back. You never talk to grandma on the phone at that point. You're talking to the complaining witness. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
And she says, oh, yeah, well, she's meaning to get it to you. I'll make sure she gets it to you. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But that's in November, right?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And in November, but her statement from grandma was on September the 25th, allegedly that's not sworn to, correct?
I believe that was the date she was given the statement. That's typically the date that they'll put on top is the date that they were given the statement, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so if she's given, so we don't even know if that's the date she's given it to the form. We don't even know if that's the date that she actually wrote her statement, then is what you're telling me, right?
Yes, ma'am, because I didn't give her the statement.
Oh, yeah, she then given it on a different
Okay,
day. They
so-
came in together.
So, and you reviewed what's left of the video of Officer Kennedy handing the forms to because grandma and the complaining witness showed up together, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so if we're assuming that they showed up together, then if the complaining witnesses, and you're saying that this was filled up by the officer,
I don't know. I wasn't there.
okay, so then you don't know who filled that out, right?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay, so if they're giving them to him at the same time, and one of them says that it's on September the 28th, and the other one says it's September the 25th, well, that can't be on the same day, can it?
I don't know if he gave it to them on the same day or not. I wasn't there.
Did you see on his video?
No, ma'am.
Okay, because it was what?
I don't know.
Don't know. So just to kind of encapsulate everything, proper investigation is you keep the witnesses separate, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That didn't happen here, right?
During my investigation, it did. Yes, ma'am.
Did it happen with the
I
investigation?
wasn't there when they did their investigation.
But that's part of your investigation,
Yes,
isn't
ma'am.
it? And that didn't happen, did it?
I don't know. I wasn't there. I reviewed what was available, and that's where I began my investigation.
Okay.
I can't speak for what they did or didn't do.
Okay, well, did you bother asking that? Did you ever bother talking to the other officers?
I don't recall, to be honest.
You're the head detective, right?
Yeah, this case was assigned to me. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're in charge, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so before you bring a case where somebody is accused of a felony and is looking to do some serious time, you're going to tell me that you didn't bother or you can't remember whether you talked to the other officers who were also part of this investigation?
I don't remember, ma'am. It was 3 years ago.
Well, if you did do it, and part of the investigation skills that you are trained to do is that you memorialize everything you do on the case in writing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the reason you do that is so that it can refresh your memory 3 years down the line, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't have any writings or any notes or anything that would help refresh your memory about whether or not you talked to those other detectives or those other officers,
I
correct?
don't know, ma'am.
So in preparing for your testimony in court in this case, I'm going to assume, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you reviewed your reports, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You reviewed the other officers' reports, correct?
I reviewed the report that I was given, which was only my report.
But you're the head detective, and part of the investigation is all these reports, aren't they?
I no longer work for that agency, so I don't have
I'm
access.
asking whether you worked for the agency before. I'm talking about in preparing your investigation, you would, proper investigation is to review all the other officers' reports, wouldn't you?
Yes, ma'am. During my investigation, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you have anything in your report that says you did that?
Yes, ma'am. At the very top where it says, I reviewed the details in reference to this case.
Okay, so you reviewed the details, and when you're saying you reviewed the details, so then you would have known that you reviewed Officer Kennedy's reports, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I would assume so. yes.
Okay, and you would have reviewed any body cam video of Officer Kennedy, correct?
Potentially. It de-
Potentially, but you don't know.
I don't know because the videos are typically inserted into the evidence room. When I receive the case, I document or I review what's in the case. And then the videos and all that, we have to get out of evidence to review at a later time. So I can't say that that specific statement is related to me reviewing every single detail that's with this case.
So you didn't review every single detail in this case.
I can't articulate that that specific statement is documenting everything that I've reviewed.
Okay, fair enough. Did you know, let's ask, did you know on Monday of this week that Officer Kennedy,
Your Honor, objection, may we approach?
Yes.
I wasn't gonna go into that, but I know what you're thinking, but I would. Yeah. I'm an amateur. May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
So let's go back on Monday. So on Monday, did you know that Officer Kennedy had a body cam video?
I don't think I did, no, ma'am.
Did you know on Tuesday of this week that Officer Kennedy had a body cam video?
No, ma'am.
Did you know on Wednesday of this week that Officer Kennedy had a body cam video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you know for a fact, or did you have to guess after you looked at it?
We had to guess when the judge ordered us to review the video.
You had to guess. And so we got, I don't know, I can't remember, I guess. That's the substance of the investigation. I didn't interview any of these people in person, and you would agree with me. Let's go back to this. As an investigator, okay, you're also trained that when you're talking to witnesses, to look at their demeanor, because that helps you to assess whether or not they're credible, or if they're in an excited moment, or if they're upset, if they're scared. Okay, because it's helpful to, just hearing or reading words, because I can put anything on a piece of paper, don't make it true, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And just because I swear on a piece of paper that I swear to tell the truth, that doesn't mean that you tell the truth, right?
No, ma'am.
So it's helpful to be able to look at a person as they're talking to you and say, well, he's telling me the sky is black, but no, it's pretty blue right now, because you can tell by their demeanor that they may not be either truthful or completely forthright. You would agree with me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So the best investigative tactic is to call in people and ask them for their statement as they're sitting right across from you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because we see that on TV when we have cops interviewing people. I want to see, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that didn't happen here.
No, ma'am.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I have nothing
Yes,
further at this time.
State.
Briefly, Your Honor. Sergeant Jimenez. Where did the assault happen?
At the movie theater in the parking lot?
Not inside the movie theater.
No, sir.
So if you requested video cameras for inside the movie theater, would that have helped your investigation?
I don't believe so, but I don't know. The report was that it occurred in the parking lot, so yes, no, sir.
All these statements you received, what was the crux of this case?
What was the what? I'm sorry?
The crux, what was the defining detail that makes this an assault?
that there was contact made, unwanted contact made with the complainant.
Joking, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna object to leading.
All right, that objection will be sustained.
Everyone agreed they were at a movie theater?
I'm sorry?
Did all the,
Objection, Your Honor. This is leading. He wants to ask what.
Sustained.
Thank you.
where did all the witnesses say they were at?
At the movie theater.
Did all the, where? What did all the witnesses say they were doing?
Sitting in the car.
And what were all the statements in regards to?
To the incident as a whole, the argument leading up to the assault.
And what was the only detail that differs in the statements between grandma, the complainant, mom, and the defendant?
Whether an assault had occurred, whether there was any contact made.
So everything else was in agreement?
Yes, sir, everything else was.
When you get assigned a case, how long does it take to work up?
It depends. Again, we review the information that's there because we have to prioritize our cases. So it just depends on priority, what cases we get assigned. We get cases assigned weekly. So sometimes cases have to, pushed off depending on the type of cases that we get assigned that week.
Earlier during cross-examination, you were asked about your report for October 20th, 2022. Do you remember that question?
Yes, sir.
You were asked if the complainant identified a defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did the complainant identify a defendant?
I believe the initial question was during the initial report, the 911 call, she did not identify who the defendant was or the person who had assaulted her. But during the course of the investigation, from her written statements, the grandma's written statement, my statement with her, she subsequently identified Mr. Durant.
And were all those statements consistent in your investigations?
Yes, sir.
In your training experience, do suspects typically admit to committing a crime?
No, sir.
So would that stand out to you if someone denied committing a crime?
Yes, sir.
How does that impact your investigation, if it does at all?
It just causes us to have to take the investigation into a different direction to try to figure out the details and whether or not the statements that was given are correct or not. So it just kind of has us looking into the statement as a whole to see if it matches up with the other statements.
On cross-examination, you were asked a question regarding the contact. You were trying to say that your perception was, what is your perception in regards to the contact, Sergeant?
Your Honor, I would object. His perception is not relevant. It's the facts. I don't care what his opinion is of the facts. His job is to
Right, so,
investigate the facts.
What is the legal objection?
It's not relevant. It's
right.
speculation and it's not relevant.
State response.
Defense opened the door when they were asking. The sergeant was on the stand trying to explain his question. He was not allowed to explain, so I'm just trying to clear that up to the jury.
All right, defense objection will be overruled. You can answer that one question.
All right, Sergeant, what was your perception regarding that contact?
So the perception that during the interview, the information that I was given, which was listed in my report, is that Mr. Duran stated that he turned his arm around and that he may have made contact with the complainant's arm.
In your experience, Sergeant, regarding family violence cases, is it usual for the complainant to want to move forward immediately?
Objection, Your Honor, to speculation and it's not relevant to this particular case.
All right, you'll have to lay the foundation.
How many family violence cases have you worked on, Sergeant?
Okay, well, several, I mean, probably close to 50, if not more.
And in those cases that you worked on, were you always a detective?
Yes,
Were you trained specifically in how to deal with family violence cases, victims, investigations?
we see.
Objection, Your Honor, to the use of victims.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when the state is asking that question, they're speaking in general terms. It is not about this specific case. Does everyone understand? All right, you may continue.
Yes, sir. We do receive training in the academy, and then once we go to the investigative side, we receive further training on dealing with those types of interviews and things like that.
And during your training as both a detective and a patrol officer, now sergeant, does every case evolve the same way regarding family violence?
No, sir.
And in your training experience, do family violence victims, all complainants all react the same way?
No, sir.
In your experience, do all complainants report immediately?
No, sir.
And why is that, if you know?
Objection to speculation, Your Honor. He can't testify whether he knows why victims in other cases or complaining witnesses in other cases do one thing and another. Speculation.
All right, the objection will be overruled. You can answer that question.
I can't answer that.
I said you can answer the
Yes, sir.
question.
Okay.
You know.
Sometimes it's out of retaliation. Sometimes they don't want the other person to get in trouble if it's a family member, things of that nature, or, they're just scared to come forward.
Sergeant, do you have experience with delayed outcries when complainants don't report right away?
Yes, sir.
And that's what happened in this case?
Yes, sir.
Objection again, Your Honor. Speculation isn't know why things happened in this case.
All right, with regards
It's
to,
speculation.
speculation, that will be overruled. Any other objection?
Yes, Your Honor, it's not relevant and it's not, and he has no fact basis for this, for his answer on this, because he cannot tell us what this particular complaining witness was thinking, why she did what she did. And they've not laid a predicate to show that there was some underlying fact situation that would prohibit her from being able.
With regards to the laying of the predicate, that will be sustained.
Was this assault reported right away?
No, sir.
No further questions, Sergeant.
Defense?
One moment, please. I had something I was gonna ask. Just to be sure, Mr. Duran denied repeatedly choking Miss Jefferson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, having never met these people, having never had an in-face interview with any of the people, you're just assuming that Miss Jefferson was being truthful to you, correct?
Ms. Jefferson, I was basing the investigation as a whole.
Okay, and the investigation as a whole, well, let's do that. Let's go into that then. Let's further explore that. So you spoke with, on the phone, saw 54 days after the fact with grandma, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And grandma's living with Miss Jefferson, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Overruled.
If you know,
I don't know.
you don't know if she was living with her.
No, ma'am. I don't.
Okay, but they showed up at the police station together, at least on the 24th of September, correct?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now they're, and they weren't separated or told not to talk to each other when they're writing out the reports, correct?
I don't
Objection, Your
know.
Honor, that's unanswered.
Overruled.
Correct?
I don't know, ma'am. I wasn't there.
Okay. And did you ask Officer Kennedy about that?
No, ma'am. I don't believe so.
Okay. Now, and in the recording that you have when you're speaking with Mr. Duran on the phone, he denies choking her repeatedly, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he says that when you keep prompting him, I may have hit her arm, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But he never says I hit her neck, correct?
No, ma'am. He does not.
And that's after you repeatedly try to get him to say that, correct?
No, ma'am. He was deflecting the question, so I was trying to get clarification.
Deflecting, I'm gonna object to that clarification, that classification of that. I would object if that is speculation on his part.
All right, the objection will be overruled.
Okay, so he's answering your question because you testified earlier that he was very cooperative in answering your questions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was trying to give you some context, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was telling you what had happened, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I know that the state just asked you about whether or not it would have been helpful to get video from inside of the movie theater. You remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
But you would agree with me that would help put things in context as to what's going on as they get out to the car. Would you not agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that if he's going to be physical and get violent, he's already pissed off. It's probably starting to get pissed off while he's inside of the movie theater, right?
I don't know. I can't.
Well, it
can't
would have
answer.
been helpful to see on the video, wouldn't you agree?
Potentially, yes, ma'am.
But you didn't get that.
No, ma'am.
Now, you even asked him, was there any possibility that when Mr. Duran turned around, that he may have hit Miss Jefferson in the neck? And he said no, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Any further questions?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused or subject for recall?
We would like to save it for recall if necessary, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
So the rule has been invoked. What that means, you're not allowed to view anything or discuss your testimony with anyone.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Just make sure you're available if either side wishes to recall you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and if you'll remove that.
I just got one quick question, and I apologize for this. I was just brought this up. My apologies.
All right,
I don't like to waste the
All right.
court's time, and I do apologize.
all right.
But I had this one. Just to say it. I want to hand you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 3 and ask you if you recognize what that is.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what is that?
Based off of the label, which appears to be my handwriting, it's the phone call that I had with grandmother.
Okay, Miss Barbara Jefferson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is your handwriting on here?
Yeah, it does appear to be yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further right now. We're just gonna hold on while it's
Alright.
here.
All right, please remember my previous instruction, and if you'll remove the square microphone, you may step down.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a 15-minute break, and I'll have you back here. I say 15 minutes. Is 10 minutes okay for everybody? All right, I'll have you all back at 3:30, and just remain in the jury room, and the deputy will bring you back out. Everyone, please rise for the jurors.
You're getting old.
All right, the
You
jury.
bend over and you make noises.
Mhm. Right, everyone, please be seated. State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Miss Barbara Jefferson.
All right, Ms. Jefferson, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand, and I'm gonna need to make sure that you speak loudly enough so that the members of the jury can hear, okay?
Okay.
All right, a little bit louder for me.
Okay.
That's the right tone.
Thank you.
All right, you may proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Ms. Jefferson.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello. My name is Barbara Jefferson, Barbara Jean. I'm
Okay, that's fine, Ms. Jefferson.
listener.
Just one moment.
Retired medical assistant, EKG tech.
Okay, Ms. Jefferson. You mentioned you're retired. How long have you been retired?
About long time.
Long time, okay.
Since 65.
I understand. Ms. Jefferson, do you have any children?
Yes.
Who are your children?
It's Joseph Jefferson, Terry Jefferson, Zanani, no, that's my granddad baby. Gee, I never did that before. And Neosha Jefferson,
Yosha Jefferson, okay. So you have 3 children?
have 4.
You have 4. Okay.
Raymond Jefferson,
That's, okay, I'm here. And do you have any grandchildren?
yes.
How many grandchildren do you have?
8.
Okay. Could you please say some of the names of them?
Zanani, Zanzali, Isis, Sophia, Versity, Z1, that, no,
Okay,
that,
all
I
right,
think that's it.
that's fine. Ms. Jefferson, where do you live?
Here in Texas.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
No.
Okay, Ms. Jefferson, you mentioned earlier that your daughter is married to a gentleman by the name of Duran Evans, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please look at him and point him out by an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a tan suit coat.
Thank you. How would you describe your relationship with Mr. Duran Evans?
Don't really have one.
Okay. Do you recall an outing that you had with Duran Evans and a couple other members of your family?
Yes,
Do you remember when that outing was?
it's maybe 3 years now.
Okay, so maybe about 3 years ago?
Uh-huh.
Do you remember who all attended that outing?
Yes.
And who was that, please?
Myself, my daughter, and my granddaughter.
Yourself, your daughter,
Joanne.
and her, okay, so you said yourself and your daughter, which daughter attended with you?
Miosha,
Okay, and which granddaughter attended with you?
Zanani.
Sanani, okay, and then you said the fourth person was Duran, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, now can you tell me how that outing started?
It was fine. We went to see the movie,
Do you remember where you went to see this movie?
Live Oak Theater.
Live Oak Theater, okay,
Mhm.
and what happened when you got to the Live Oak Theater?
We saw the movie, and it was a good movie. And when it was over, we started coming out, and Milsha ran into someone she knew or had just met. I don't know how that went, but they talked for about a half an hour.
Okay, well, let me stop you right there. So you watched the movie,
Mhm.
correct?
That's right.
All right. Do you remember what movie it was that you watched?
Woman Who Would Be King.
Okay,
I think that's the title.
okay. Did you enjoy the movie?
I did.
Okay, I'm good. And then you said after you all were walking out, did I hear you correctly?
Yeah, she met a lady there.
Who is she?
My daughter, Miosha.
Miosha? Okay, so your Miosha met a woman there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
And
And-
they talked for a while, and I don't know what they talked about.
okay, all right, that's fine. And what happened after Miosha had this meeting with the woman?
We left. We all got in the car.
Would that be
I
all
think,
four of you?
All four of us.
Okay,
I believe Duran went and got the car and brought it up to the front.
okay. So while your daughter Miosha is talking to this woman, what are you and everybody else doing?
Just standing around.
Okay, standing around? Just, I guess you're just waiting for maybe to finish talking to her?
Yes.
All right. And then you said you said that you guys left and you got into the car. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
Okay. At that particular point, can you describe, I guess, like what was the vibe at that point with everybody at the family?
It was a little, well, right then it was just discussing the movie, your point of view and whatever, and
Okay, so I guess you just were just, I'm sorry?
it was okay.
It was okay. Again, you were just talking about the movie, right?
Right.
Okay, so what happens once you all get in the car and you're talking about this movie? What happens next?
We took off, we left, and we got on the freeway
Okay,
and hadn't gone too far, and then I realized she had left her phone.
okay, so Zanani realized she left her phone. Let me ask you this, if you don't mind, please, just so that I understand, because I wasn't there and the jury wasn't there, they need to understand too. All four of you are in the car, correct?
That's correct.
Who's driving?
Duran.
Okay, and then you said you, your granddaughter Zanani and your daughter Miosha where were they in the car?
Yeah, she was in the right-hand seat in the front.
Okay,
And me and Zanani were in the back seat. I was on the left-hand side behind the driver. And Donnie was on the right-hand side.
right inside, would that be behind the passenger seat?
Mhm.
Okay, do you remember what type of car it was that you guys were in that day?
I'm not sure. I think it was his car, but I'm not sure.
Okay, do
Um,
you remember, was it a car, a truck, an SUV?
It's a car,
It's a car. Do you remember if it had 2 doors or 4 doors?
4 doors.
4 doors, okay, so a 4-door car, correct?
Right.
All right. Okay, so you mentioned that at about halfway home, Zanani realizes that she forgot her phone. Did I hear you correctly?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Overruled.
We weren't halfway home, but we had gotten out on the road.
Okay, my mistake. I guess I misheard you. You're just on your way home,
Mhm.
and at some point, Zanani realizes that she had her phone. Is that correct?
Right.
So what happens at that point when Zanani realizes that she forgot her phone?
Well, after she had said that, and he turned around.
Would that be, who's he?
Duran.
Duran. Okay, so Duran turned the car around?
Yes.
Okay, what happened after he turned the car around?
We went on back to the theater. Then we got back there and
What happened when you got there?
Nani got out of the car to go get it.
Okay, so does anyone else go or is it just Zanani
Just
by herself?
At that time, just Nani.
When Duran turned around, did he have any type of a reaction to having to go back to the theater?
I don't recall one.
Okay, that's fine. So you get back to the theater and Zanani is the only one that gets out of the car, correct?
Right.
And where does Zanani go?
Go back she went back in the theater.
Okay. So what are the three of you doing while Zanani's in the theater?
Say that again.
So Zanani goes into the theater,
Mhm.
right? That would mean that you, your daughter Mayosha and Duran were still in the car, is that correct?
That's right.
So what were the three of y'all doing while Zanani was in the theater?
Nothing much. We talked about the movie a little bit and,
Okay.
Just kind of waiting.
Um,
And
what was the vibe at that point in the car?
it, a little stiff.
A little stiff?
Mhm.
Who was it stiff by?
Stiff by, who was it? Stiff by?
Yeah.
I would say Duran.
Okay, so you think Duran was a little bit stiff at that point?
Mhm.
Okay. All right, so what happens next while you guys are there still talking about the movie?
All of a sudden, Duran just got up and left. He went back in the theater.
Okay, so Duran gets out of the car and goes into the theater, is that right?
That's right.
All right, what happens when what happens after he gets out the car and goes into the theater?
I guess he was helping him look for the phone.
Okay, but you don't know for sure because you're still in the car, right?
Right.
So it's at that point, it's just you and your daughter Miosha in the car, is that correct?
No, she's in the theater.
Your daughter went in the
No,
theater?
no. We're related to these people.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Me and my daughter are in the car.
In the car, okay. And what are you guys doing while you're in the car with Zanani and Duran in the theater?
Just talking.
Just talking, all right. What happens after that?
Well, after it took them a while because we were wondering why it was taking so long, but then they came out.
Who's they?
Duran and Zanani.
Okay. How did it appear to you when they both came out of the theater together?
They both looked kind of agitated.
Okay, they both look agitated. Okay. What happens next?
He gets in the car and there are words going back and forth between the two of them.
Okay, you say the two of them, would that be your granddaughters, Anani and Duran still? Or anyone else?
Yes,
Okay, so just the same two that went out of the car and came back in the car, they're having
Yeah.
words now?
yeah,
All right, that's fine. Do you remember what they said?
not really.
Okay. All right, so, but you do recall that they're having words with each other, correct?
Objection
Correct.
leading, Your Honor.
Sustained to leading.
Is everybody in the car at this point?
Yes.
All right. So what happens after you can see that they're having words with each other?
We didn't get very far. We had turned the corner there to go into the parking lot. And all of a sudden, he put on the brakes. And he and her were having these words. And then he just boom, out of nowhere, put his hand around her neck.
Okay, let me stop you right there because I want to make sure I understand everything, because obviously, like I said, I wasn't there. Okay, so you said you don't go very far, correct?
Right.
Does that mean that you're still in the parking lot?
We turned into the parking lot.
Okay, so you're still in the parking lot. And you said that Duran stopped the car. Did I hear correctly?
Mhm.
All right.
Yes, objection bolstering, Your Honor.
Overruled.
And then you said out of nowhere, he turns around and puts his hands around your granddaughter's neck.
Yes.
Can you describe what that looked like to the jury?
Well, he's a big man. And he put the gears up and he turned over the seat like this way. He had this hand out and he had this hand out, and he put him around her neck.
Okay.
And he was choking. And I was trying to pull from this side to get his hand down, and my daughter was trying to get his hand down from the other side.
Okay,
This went on, I don't know how long it went on. It wasn't a long time,
okay.
but my daughter was trying to get him loose. And I don't know what it was now, I can't remember. It's for whatever reason he stopped. And jumped out of the car.
Okay, Ms. Jefferson,
Mm-hmm.
where was Zanani in the car when this happened?
She was in the back seat.
Okay. How did Zanani appear to you when this was happening to her?
Frightened,
Okay.
scared, yeah.
How did Duran appear to you when he was doing this to your granddaughter?
Angry.
Okay. Do you know how old Zanani was on that day?
She had to be, I'm not sure, maybe 31.
Okay. Sure. So she looked scared and frightened, and Duran looked angry.
Yeah.
What happened?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Okay, and then you testified as well that you were trying to get him,
Again, Your Honor, this is leading.
Overruled.
you testified earlier, just right now, you were trying to get him to stop. So was your daughter Miosha, is that correct?
That's correct.
But you don't know what happened to actually cause him to stop, correct?
No,
But at some point he did stop?
he did stop.
Okay. What happened when he stopped?
Nani got out of the car, and he had gotten out of the car, and he was still cussing and whatever. And her and it's nighttime. Miosha and Zanani was standing on the other side of the car, and Miosha is looking at her neck. And he's still cussing about stuff like, don't ever come to my house no more, and whatever.
Okay.
And
Okay, so Duran gets out the car, discussing, and then Zanani and Miosha get out of the car as well on the other side of the car.
Objection, Your Honor, this is all leading.
Yes,
Overruled.
So does that mean that you stayed in the car, or did you get out of the car as well?
I stayed in the car.
Okay, you stayed in the car. What happens after that when the other three people are out of the car?
He went on across the parking lot
Okay,
and, they stood there for a minute looking at her neck. And then, Mills went around to the other side of the car and got in because she's driving now. And, so Nani got in back with me.
okay.
She never said that.
Let me take a step back. You testified that Miosha was looking at your daughter, or your granddaughter Zanani's neck, correct?
Correct.
How did Zanani appear at that point to you?
Shaken, you
Okay.
know. Upset.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity yourself to look at your granddaughter's neck?
It was night and I never got out of the car.
Okay, I understand. And do you remember if she being Zanani, did she have any trouble talking at that point?
I don't remember.
That's fine. Okay, then you said that after that, Duran walks off, correct?
Right,
Mayosha gets into the driver's seat,
right,
and then Zanani gets back into the back seat with you, right?
right.
Okay, what happens at that point?
We just went home.
Okay, did you ever see Duran again after that?
Yes,
Do you remember how long after that incident happened when you saw Duran again?
it was one of the, it was one of the kids' birthday party.
Was that like a short time later, or was it maybe months later, or a long time later, excuse me?
It wasn't a long time.
Okay, okay, that's okay. After this happened on that day, do you recall having to meet with the police to report what had happened?
Yes,
Do you remember when that took place?
4 or 5 days later.
Okay. And do you remember where you went to have this interaction with the police?
It's the, I think, I don't know what the name of the place is.
Okay, that's okay. But I guess, do you recall going somewhere to meet with police?
Yes,
Okay. Can you please describe to the jury what that interaction with the police was like?
Okay. So it was like, we had to wait a while because there was nobody around, like, you know. And so, first one guy shows up and he said that another guy was coming. And he showed up and they gave us paper to write down
Okay.
what happened.
Okay. So did you use that as an opportunity to write down what you remember happening that day?
Yes,
Did Zanani ever tell you specifically what to write down?
no,
Okay. Did you write things down from your own memory?
yes.
Okay. What did you do after you wrote your statement out that you did that day?
We gave it back to them and
Okay. How long after you wrote it down did you give it back to the police?
I gave them right then.
Right then. Okay, so the same day that you got the paperwork to write it down, you gave it back to them. Would that be correct?
I believe so.
Okay. What did you do after that interaction with the police?
We went back home.
Okay. At any point after that, did Zanani tell you to say what she wanted you to say?
You know, after that, well, before then, she wanted me to go with her.
Okay,
And she had asked me, since I was the only one other than her, she asked me if I would, and I said, well, okay, if that's what you want, I'll back you up.
all right, so Zanani,
We didn't talk about what happened,
okay, so she just asked you to go with her, correct?
right?
But she didn't tell you specifically what to write down in the statement.
No,
You did that off of your own memory.
yes,
Okay, and then you returned it to the police that same day.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Pass the witness at this time, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, ma'am. Hello, Ms. Jefferson. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Nice to meet you. My name is Deborah. How are you today?
Fine, thank you.
I see that you might have some difficulty speaking. So if you don't hear me or understand what I'm asking, please just ask me to stop and I'll rephrase it for you, okay?
Okay,
Okay. Now, you testified that you gave your statement to the police officer the same day that you went with your granddaughter to the police station. Is that correct, ma'am?
yes,
Okay. And you said that you went to the police station with your granddaughter, you said about 4 or 5 days after this supposedly happened. Is that right?
that's right.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that the detective who investigated this case, Officer Jimenez, stated that he didn't get your report until almost 33 days later?
33, that's too far.
Okay.
But, I mean, it could have went in the mail, but, it wasn't 33 days.
Okay, so did you give it to him that same day or did you mail it?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you may not have given it to him that same day. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So your memory isn't real sharp. Would that be fair?
Now, my memory's fine.
Okay, but you don't remember whether you gave it to him that day or if you mailed it or if it was sometime afterwards. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, do you remember talking to Officer Jimenez at all on the phone?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Okay, so you don't remember talking to Officer Jimenez. So if there's a recording of you talking to Officer Jimenez about 30 days after the fact, you just don't remember that, correct?
No, I don't.
Okay, and you don't remember telling Officer Jimenez that, you don't remember Officer Jimenez telling you that he was trying to clarify as to whether or not you testified or in your statement that that Duran either used one hand or two hands to allegedly choke your granddaughter. Is that correct?
I never heard that.
You never heard that. Fair enough. Now, do you remember what kind of car when you said it was a 4-door car, do you remember what kind of car it was?
I don't know cars, but I think it's a, Lexus.
A Lexus. So it's a Lexus sedan? Would that be a fair statement?
What's the sedan?
So it's not a minibus.
Uh-huh.
It's not a
Right.
minivan,
Right,
okay? It's not a sports car,
no,
okay? And it's not a 2-seater car,
no,
okay? So it's enough, and it's a pretty spacious car. You and your granddaughter weren't cramped in the back seat, were you?
it's not a spacious car.
Okay, were you all cramped in that back seat?
We weren't cramped. but it's not as spacious. It was smaller than I thought it was.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
It was smaller, excuse me,
Okay, so it was a
Um,
small Lexus.
I guess.
And your granddaughter has, there's been testimony that your granddaughter has a very volatile personality. Would you agree with that?
Volatile.
She gets angry and frustrated easily.
Uh, she speaks her mind.
Okay, and if she doesn't like what somebody's telling her, she'll speak her mind.
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
If she doesn't like what somebody's telling her, she will speak her mind.
She will take care of business, I'll tell you that.
She will.
She's not a pushover,
Thank you.
but she's a very likable person. She's good at what she does. She's an award-winning teacher,
Okay.
you know, so,
Do
you know,
you live with her?
yes, I do.
Okay. Are you working?
No,
Okay. Who pays your bills?
I don't have any.
Well, to live, you would have to normally pay rent, right?
You know, Social Security takes care of those things,
Okay, so do you give your granddaughter money to live with her?
you know.
Okay. So she pays for the rent, she pays for the electricity, she pays for the cable, she pays for, do you have a cell phone?
Yes, I do.
Who pays for the cell phone?
I do.
Okay, good for you. Do you pay for, who pays for the groceries? She pays for the groceries?
I pay for
So you pay for all of the groceries?
most of the time.
Most of the time. Now, if you were not living with your granddaughter, where would you be living?
I don't know, somewhere.
So basically your granddaughter, that's your home.
Yeah,
And if your granddaughter doesn't like what you say to her, would she stand up for herself?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Overruled.
But you know how grandmas are. Sometimes you get fussy with your grandbabies, you know, they kind of say something that you disagree with and you get fussy at them. She'll stand up for herself, won't she?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
she doesn't talk back. If you're trying to say she disrespects me or anything, that's not.
But she'll stand her ground.
Sure. Don't you?
Well, I don't know, not to my grandma. Not to my grandma, I won't. I'm Hispanic, they throw house shoes at you. Now, when you were, do you remember, on November 8th of 2022, so that's going to be about 54 days. It's about 54 days after this allegedly happened. Officer Jimenez contacted you by phone and was asking you about how this incident occurred. Do you remember that at all?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Do you remember that at all?
I don't remember the phone call.
Okay. Do you remember Officer Jimenez warning you about maybe his concerns about you maybe changing your testimony or about perjury? You remember anything like that?
No, I don't.
Do you remember when Officer Jimenez asked you in your written statement that you had changed or you had added some language on there? And he asked you, did you do that? And you stated it wasn't me, it must have been somebody else. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember adding anything different about in your report, in your statement?
Yes. I
Okay.
don't remember what it was.
Okay. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm gonna hand you what's been marked. Defense exhibit number 2. Now, I'm an old lady and I need readers. Are you able to read up close?
May I approach the board, Your Honor?
Do you need
Like,
readers?
yes.
There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna ask you, is that your statement that you remember writing? Oh, yeah, yeah. Let me show this first to the prosecutor to make sure that we're showing you the right one. Okay, we're good here. Okay, now we're gonna go. All right, so now I'm gonna give you back. I'm just gonna ask you if you recognize, is that your handwriting right there, ma'am? And is this your signature right here, ma'am? And for purposes of the record, I'm referring to the first page of your written statement. Is that correct? Okay, and then I'm gonna turn to the second page and I'm gonna ask you the same thing. Do you recognize this as your handwriting, ma'am? Okay, and do you recognize, is that your signature down there now? Okay, so you see on this last line, there's like an arrow that's pointed down here. Do you see that?
Mhm.
Okay, you'll have to say yes so that the court reporter can take that down. They don't do wrong ones, and I know that's hard to do sometimes. Do you see that arrow now?
Yes.
Okay, and do you see that there was something added on, two sentences? Or a sentence, but in two lines written underneath it, underneath that arrow?
Mhm.
Okay, now, that was added on to, I guess you're pointing to, this is where it should have been in between these two sentences where the arrow starts. Okay, and do you remember writing that down?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so when the Detective Jimenez, I'm gonna need my readers back because without them, I can't see anything. It's one of the hazards of getting old. All right, so do you remember when Officer Jimenez was talking to you on the phone? He asked you about this added sentence down here and you had told him that you didn't write that somebody must have added that in there. Do you remember that?
No, I never said that to anyone.
Okay, so if that's on an audio recording of your conversation with him, you wouldn't have any reason to disagree with that audio recording of your voice, would you?
No.
I'm gonna ask you, when you wrote your statement, and just to clarify this, because I'm kind of confused, did you write your statement there at the police station, or did you take the paper home with you?
I must have wrote at a police station.
You must have, but you don't remember for sure?
Well, the reason I say that is because if he asked me about it, I must have wrote it there.
Okay, and so then if Detective Jimenez says that he didn't get the report until 52, 54 days later because it wasn't there, and he had to ask your granddaughter for it, would you have any reason to say that's not true?
Objection to speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Do
You can
remember
answer the
mailing
question.
this?
It's foggy, but it could have been, because, I could have mailed it.
Do you think that maybe Zadani may have mailed it for you?
Objection to speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you typically do the mailing? Do you typically put things in the mail?
No,
Okay, so is it your granddaughter who typically puts things in the mailbox?
yes. That's my handwriting.
Anything further?
Yes, that's correct.
When you got home from the movie theater that night, was your daughter Moesha the one that was driving the car back to drop you guys off?
Yes.
And so when you got back home, did you and your granddaughter talk about this incident?
Me and my granddaughter,
Yes, ma'am.
probably.
Okay, and in the time between the detective calling you about 52 to 54 days later, did you and your granddaughter continue talking about this incident together?
From time to time.
Would it surprise you? Wait, hold on just a second. Do you remember texting your daughter, Moesha, about this situation at all?
Say it again.
Do you remember texting on your phone that you paid for, bless you, that you paid for on your cell phone? Do you remember texting Moesha about this situation at all?
No, I don't remember. I texted about something, I don't know if it was this situation, but it was something else.
Do you remember Moesha asking you whether or not had you been talking to your granddaughter at all? Do you remember
Objection
that
called for
text?
hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You remember texting your granddaughter at all? Do you remember telling your daughter that Moesha hasn't talked to you in over a week?
No.
Do you remember at any time Moesha trying to kick you out of her house?
Yes,
And she stopped threatening to kick you out of the house when you gave a statement to the police on this case?
Objection calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
no,
Overruled.
that's not true. I wasn't in her house at all during this period of time.
But she has threatened to kick you out of her house.
She did.
Thank you, ma'am. Nothing
They
further.
did.
Thank you. Nothing further. I appreciate you now.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Yes,
Mhm.
just give us 1 moment.
You know. Mhm. Mhm, mhm. Mhm, mhm.
All right, the jury.
That's the argument.
No, no, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yes, you can remain seated. Oh, and just so y'all know, you don't have to sit in the same seats. All right. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, the defense has the witness state you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Jefferson,
Yes,
you were just asked by the defense about being kicked out of the house with Moesha. Do you recall that question?
yes,
Were you kicked out of the house with Moesha due to issues you had with the defendant Duran Evans?
yes,
Thank you. Now, you were asked questions as well about the written statement that you gave to the police. Do you remember those questions that the defense was asking you?
yes,
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, did you work on writing out your response there in the police station? Or did you take the blank copy back home with you and work on it there?
This is been asked and answered.
Overruled.
You may answer the question. And if you don't remember, that is okay.
I don't.
Okay, that is perfectly fine. Now, this incident that we're here to talk about did happen some time ago, correct?
Yes,
Okay. What sticks out in your mind that you're able to tell the jury what happened that day, even though it happened so long ago?
what sticks in my mind about him?
What sticks out in your mind that it makes you able to tell the jury right now what happened, even though it happened so long ago? It's about the complainant, your granddaughter.
Okay, now, is it what sticks out in my mind about her thing
From that day, yes, ma'am.
or from Yoshi and
Hold on, Ms. Jefferson. I think I'm confusing you and I apologize. Okay, let me try and ask it in a little bit more of a simple way, okay?
okay,
So, as I mentioned, this happened a long time ago, right? It wasn't yesterday, right? Happened some time ago, okay? Specifically about that incident, what sticks out in your mind now that allows you to tell the jury what happened?
he choked me.
Oh, my gosh.
Your Honor,
Yes,
every approach
yes.
We're good.
Do-
I'm okay. Okay.
All right, for the jury.
You're not gonna win this one. You need to know when to shut up. This is it.
All right. Everyone, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the last question and the last answer from the witness, you are to disregard it. You are not to consider it. It's as though that statement and that question never happened. Does everyone understand? Is there anyone who is not able to follow my instruction? All right. Will everyone follow that instruction I've just given you? All right, thank you. And
Your Honor, I would still ask for a mistrial,
all right, that will be denied.
and then, if we can approach it to second.
Yes, yes. All right, state, any further questions?
Your Honor, state will pass the witness.
All right, defense.
I just got one question. Your granddaughter tried to kick you out of the house too, correct? What you said earlier.
My granddaughter?
Yes, ma'am.
No,
At some point, she said she didn't want you living with her at some point.
no, she never said that.
She never said that. Okay, nothing further, ma'am.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused by the state, Your Honor.
She's excused by the defense, Your Honor.
Oh,
Thank you,
thank you.
ma'am.
All right, miss, you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. You understand?
I understand.
All right, thank you. So, Deputy, if you could remove that little square microphone that she has. All right, thank you. All right, state, call your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Miss Zanani Jefferson. I don't think that she may need to good enough time. I'm just gonna take them for the back.
Yes. Thank you.
Do you have Zanani's statement? There we go. Right. Okay.
All right, if you can raise your hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record and spell your name, please, for the court reporter.
Zanani.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Zanani.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury a little bit about yourself? What do you do for a living?
I'm a special education teacher and I teach middle school, 6th grade through 8th grade
And where do you do that at?
at Woodlake Hills Middle School. And I've
Has it always been with that type of subject matter?
with middle school, yes, I have. This year I'm teaching history, co-teaching history, but I've always done math. Mathematics.
You've always taught middle school students.
Yes,
You just changed, I guess, subjects from time to
Yes.
time. Okay, I understand. And you said you did that for 8 years?
for this, Woodlake Hills, I have
How long have you known Duran Evans?
So we moved here in 2012. They got married around 2014. So since around 2013, 2014.
Okay, so around that time is when you first met him?
Yes.
Okay.
And within that year, yes. Yes, sir.
And you said you moved here
We moved here in 2012.
2012. Where did you move from?
We moved here from Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia. Okay. So have you only lived in Georgia and then I guess now in Texas?
Yes, we only lived in Texas and then now we live in, well, we lived in Georgia for all our lives and now we moved here in Texas
Okay.
in 2013.
In 2015, you moved to Texas?
2013.
2013, I apologize. Thank you. All right. How would you describe your relationship with Duran Evans at the beginning when you first met him?
It was good.
Okay.
It was good. He was kind.
Has it always been good with Duran Evans as far as how long you've known him?
Yes, we had some miscommunication issues like any other family. But yes,
Okay. Has there ever been a point in time when Duran has been physical with you, like violent towards you?
no.
Never?
Well, yes, when we went to the Live Oak movie theater, that's the only time.
That's the only time. Okay, so let's talk about that if that's okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when it was that you went to the movie theater with him?
Yes.
When
it
was that?
On September 17th, 2022.
Do you remember where you guys went?
We went to the Live Oak movie theater to go see Woman King.
Okay. That Live Oak movie theater, to your knowledge, Zanani, is that located here in Bear County?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so can you please describe to the jury what it was like going to the movie theater that day?
Okay. So we all went in the car.
Right there.
Huh?
Who is we?
Yes. So we as in Miosha, Duran, Barbara, my grandmother, and Miosha is my mother and me.
Okay, so that's the four of you?
Yes, sir.
The four of you went to the movie theater?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what happened when you guys went to the movie theater?
So we enjoyed the movie, and then once we left the movie theater, and Duran Evans was driving the car, Miosha was in the passenger seat, and then my grandmother Barbara was sitting behind Duran, and then I was sitting in the middle seat. Well, no, I was sitting at the time behind my mother, and we were driving home and we were discussing the movie.
Just driving home, discussing the movie, okay. That's after you guys are leaving, right?
Yes.
All right. Um, at that point, was it a good night? Did you guys enjoy the movie?
Yes.
What movie
yes.
did you guys watch?
We went to go see Woman King.
Okay. Um, and you liked it, do you know if Duran, your mom Yosha, and your grandmother Barbara, do you know if they liked the movie?
Yes, we all enjoyed the movie. We were discussing it when we were driving home. However, Duran was quiet.
Okay,
Yes.
so what's going on in the car while you guys are heading home?
So we were driving and speaking about the movie, and I was speaking to my mother because we like to speak about the symbolisms in movies. And I realized I had lost my phone. And I said to my family, "Oh, I think I left it in the theater." So Duran Evans did like a really fast U-turn, and we all kind of looked at each other because it was kind of like crazy, like, oh, that was kind of unnecessary. It's really a hard U-turn.
Okay,
Um,
what happens after that?
so then once we reach the movie theater, he pulls up to the curb of the Live Oak. I go inside. I tell the attendant, I think I lost my movie theater. I think I lost my phone and I need to go see it. The attendant was like, okay. And then I told her, I hope no one stole it because it was a brand new phone. It was the latest phone, the iPhone at that time. And I just got it. It was brand new.
Right.
And
Let me ask you real quick.
yes, sir.
Did you go into the movie theater by yourself or did anybody
Yes,
go
I
with?
went by at the time I was in there by myself. No one was there.
Thank you, Zanani. Real quick, I just want to make sure you understand, in order for our court reporter to have a clean record,
Yes, sir.
I have to ask you a question. You got to allow me to finish asking the question and then you can answer. And I'll do my best to not interrupt you as well when you're answering the
I
question, okay?
understand. Yes, sir.
All right. So are you nervous testifying right now?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, all right. So let's take it piece by piece then. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So piece one, I guess you could say, is you guys went together to the movie, right?
Yes, sir.
You all watched the movie together, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go home after the movie, right?
Yes, sir.
Then you realize, like you testified just a minute ago, that you had lost your phone, so you mentioned that.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then Duran does the U-turn and you guys go back, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
When you get to the movie theater, you said you're the only one that went inside, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, what happens when you're inside the movie theater?
I went to the attendant and I said, I lost my phone. I hope no one stole it. The attendant said, I don't think anyone would have stole it. I said, well, people steal all the time. I just hope no one stole it. The attendant said, well, they're kids. I don't think anyone would steal it. They all have the fancy latest phones. And I said, okay, but people steal all the time. Then she begins to walk me to the theater that we came from watching.
Okay, that was the theater where you guys watched the movie?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what happens when you got inside that theater?
So me and the attendant went to our seat with the flashlight. She has flashlight. We're looking.
Mhm.
And not too long, Duran comes in 2 steps at a time, helping us to find the phone.
Okay, let me ask you a question, please, Zanani, okay?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask Duran to come into the movie theater to help you?
No, sir. No one asked him to come into the movie theater.
Were you surprised to see Duran?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right, what
And-
happens when Duran gets inside the theater?
Okay. So as he's in the movie theater, he's like rushing and like aggressive. And he's like looking under the seats as well. And he finds the phone. He's like, here. And so I took the phone, relieved. And
Okay, what happens at that point when you get your phone?
so I start walking and down the stairs, and the attendant said, see, no one took your phone, no one stole. And I said, I understand that. I just want to say that, at this time, that people still steal phones, but I'm glad no one stole my phone.
Okay.
I'm walking off. I didn't say it in a nice manner, a nice tone, or in the best phrase of words to the attendant.
Why not?
Because I was upset. I was emotional. The reason why they even brought me to the theater is because I had been diagnosed with kidney failure and I started dialysis. So my family was trying to cheer me up when they took me to the movies. But the thing is that that was a lot at the time, and losing the cell phone was frustration for me.
Okay, so you were frustrated at yourself that you lost your phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what happens as you guys are leaving the theater once you have your phone?
So Duran is telling me, hey, you should listen to the attendant. She just trying to explain to you that people don't steal the phone. But at this time, I was frustrated. I wanted to go home. I told him, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. And then I got into the car.
Okay, let me stop you right there real quick. I'm sorry. Remember, we're trying to take it piece by piece, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, so you said you're done. What does that mean?
Like I'm done, as in I just want to go home.
You're done with the situation right
Yes.
there about losing your phone. You want to go home.
Yes, because Duran was trying to get me to stop and talk to the lady. But the manager, the attendant was saying the same thing over and over again. And when you're frustrated and you're crying, you just want to just be done and just calm down
Okay,
in that moment.
Right? Did you want to talk to the manager?
No, I did not want to talk to the manager.
So what happens after that right there?
So I went into the car. I had went to the car and sat in the middle seat of the car because my mother was asking me what happened.
Okay,
And Duran was following behind me, but like I guess he was frustrated too because I wasn't listening to him. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
that's okay. I'm sorry. You said it appeared to you that Duran was frustrated. Is that correct?
Yes, he was
Okay.
frustrated as well.
What makes you think that he was frustrated at that point in time?
Because he was trying to calm the situation, I guess. He was trying to get me to listen, but I was not trying to listen because I was frustrated and I wanted to get in the car and calm down.
Okay, so you sensed that he was frustrated because you weren't listening to him.
Yes,
And you testified a minute ago, you got into the car, but this time you sat in the middle seat.
yes, sir. Because Miosha was trying to talk to me and ask me what's going on. She's like, what's happening? Why are you crying?
Okay,
And then I explained to her, I don't want to talk about it right now. I just want to calm down. And as I'm saying that, Duran gets into the driver's seat.
okay. What happens when Duran gets into the driver's seat?
So I'm crying and as I'm saying, I don't want to talk about it. Miosha says, okay, and then Duran is talking too. So we're exchanging and talking to our mother at the same time, my mother at the same time.
Okay.
And so Miosha says, okay, calm down. Shh. I want to hear what Duran has to say after I had already said I didn't want to talk about it.
What happened at that?
So Duran is speaking on what's happening in the theater. And so I guess I must have heard something that he said, and I said, no, that's not what happened. And then all of a sudden he snaps at me and points at me.
All right, let's take that real quick, piece by piece.
Yes, sir.
So you said Duran snapped at you? Is that correct?
So
What do you mean by that?
So he turns around and starts yelling and saying, shut the F up to me.
Okay. And what do you do in response to Duran saying that to you?
I said, you shut the F up, and then do you want me, and then he reached over with his right hand and starts choking me and strangling his grasp by reaching with his left hand. So at the time, he had both hands around my neck, choking me. My grandmother is right next to me on my left side. She's grasping at his fingers, trying to get him off of me. And then my mother looks back and says, "What are you doing?" Well, she said, "Is you crazy?" And then pushes him off of me. And he looks over at Miosha and he slumps down like in regret.
Okay, what happens after that?
Then I start coughing and crying. I hop out the car. Well, as I'm hopping out the car, I say, "Are you choking me? You're gonna choke me." And I pull out my phone. Well, I have my phone in my hand, and I'm gonna call 911. I'm calling the police. As I'm getting out the car and saying that, my mother's getting out of the car, and she is saying, "You're fine." She's looking at my neck and saying, "You're fine, don't call the police." And as I'm saying that, Duran is walking off to,
Let's break that down a little bit.
okay, yes, sir.
All right, so you're in the car and then
Um,
This is
when,
all cumulative and asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled. Ask your next question.
yes, so the point at which Duran turns around and he puts his hands around your neck,
Right.
please describe to the jury what that felt like.
It felt like his hands were tight around my neck. I could not breathe. I felt his fingers, in tightening around my neck. I felt that in it. It was scary. It was unexpected.
Do you know how long he had his hands around your neck?
Between 45 seconds, because and I couldn't breathe in that moment.
Okay. What kind of car did you guys go into the movie theater in?
We went into the Hyundai compact sedan car. It was the same car that I have. Duran has the same make and model that I have. It's just his is sedan. His car is black and mine's is beige, but we have the same make and model of the car, of the same car, sir.
How would you describe the size of that car?
It's a compact for car. It's a compact,
Compact car?
yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Does that mean it's like a big car or is it a small car?
It's a small car, sir.
How many doors are on this car?
4.
How would you describe the interior of the car?
It's like you can have your knees and a few spaces between your knees.
Is it a very spacious interior?
No, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object to the last question was leading.
Untimely, but the objection will be overruled. You can proceed
May I have a
with
brief
your next
minute?
question.
May I have a brief minute, Your Honor?
I'm sorry?
May I have a brief minute?
Yes.
Thank you. Ganani, do you know if Duran Evans owns any other vehicles?
Yes, sir, he does. Miosha owns an SUV Lexus. I believe. Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, so Miosha does.
Yes, my mother.
That's her car?
That's her car.
Does Duran himself specifically have any other cars?
I only know that they have two vehicles, a Hyundai and a Lexus SUV, and the Hyundai is a compact.
Compact, okay. To the best of your knowledge, you went to the movie theaters in the Hyundai and not the Lexus. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Okay. Um. So please then continue at the point when you, your mother and Duran are outside the vehicles. What happens at that point?
So my mother is checking my neck and saying, you're fine, you don't have to call the police. And as I'm doing that, Duran is walking off to the walking off to one of the stores and saying why he's walking off. And
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Present sense
Uh,
impression.
It's with regards to who's speaking.
I'm assuming they're objecting to.
No,
which-
my question is, when she is stating someone is saying something, who is the person? Who is she saying? She's saying is speaking.
who's- I may clarify if that's okay.
All right, yes.
Okay, now, what you were talking about earlier about someone saying something, who is that person that's saying what you're talking about?
Oh, so, as as Duran is walking away, he's yelling at me and saying, you effing the B word. And then he says, don't ever come to my house. You're not welcome.
And what do you do after Duran says that to you?
My mother puts me in a passenger seat. Then she gets in the driver's seat, and she drives me home. And that's basically what happened, sir.
All right. Now, after this all happened, do you recall having to call the police about this?
I do not call the police, because I was in a state of shock.
Let me ask you that. Does that mean you did not call the police right away?
Yes, correct. I did not call the police right away
All right, so I guess what happened? Why did you not call the police right away?
because my mother asked me not to. I was in a state of shock. I was numb. There was a lot going on. Again, I was on dialysis. I was frustrated. I spoke to my therapist. Me and my therapist spoke about the situation. She said that silence. is
Objection,
consent.
hearsay, Your Honor.
All right, with regards to that, that will be sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you, okay, so what you're talking about, you said you met with your therapist, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Without saying what you and your therapist talked about, okay? What happened after you met with your therapist?
I called the police and filed a report.
All right. So let's talk about that and let's try and take that one piece at a time, okay?
Yes, sir.
So do you remember how long it was after the incident happened when you first called the police?
So I called the police on September 24th, 2022, and filed the report.
Okay, so September 24th, so that's 7 days after the incident took place?
Correct, sir.
Because you testified earlier, it happened September 17th, 2022, correct?
That's the date of the incident.
Yes.
And then I filed the report on the 24th.
All right, so what happened when you made that call that day?
I called the police officers and I spoke to a woman and I explained what happened to the best of my ability. And she explained to me that too much time went on. I don't think they would even take the case. But you have to go to the correct county district. So I went to the Live Oak Police Station.
Okay. Now, you just said that she told you have to get to the correct district?
Correct.
Okay. And that was the Live Oak Police Department?
I don't remember. I know that when I called, they said that I wasn't in the right district.
And why were you not in the right district?
Because when I looked it up, I can't remember, but I looked up the number to call the file a report.
Yeah.
And apparently the number that I called wasn't in the right district. And I had to make sure that it was in the Bear County district. So I'm not sure if they gave me the correct number or batched me to the correct, district number. But,
Let me stop you right there, Zonnie. Is that okay?
yes, sir.
Do you live in Live Oak? Let me stop you right there again. I'm sorry. What's your current address?
My address is 7223 Bird State, San Antonio, Texas, 78244.
How long have you lived there?
I moved there in 2019.
All right. Would it be fair to say that you lived there on the day of September 17, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you said it was in San Antonio where your address is, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you testified earlier that the incident took place at the Live Oak movie theater. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. So after you were directed of where to call, what happened after that?
They were, when I was on the phone call, they were asking now they take the intake information for the, defendant, birthday. I didn't know his birthday or anything. I remember texting my sister, and my mother got wind of me filing a report. And eventually,
Let me
I-
stop you right there, Zanai. Okay, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
sir.
Let's take this one at a time. So you talked about filing the report. How did you go about filing the police report?
so, me and my grandmother went to the, office of the county of where the incident took place,
Okay,
which is the Live Oak. So we filed the police report there.
do you remember when that was?
This was on September 24th, 2022.
Okay, was that the same day that you made the initial phone call?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that same day, you then go to the police station. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What happens when you get to the police station?
I spoke to an officer.
Do you know if this officer is a male officer or a female officer?
This is a male officer.
All right, what happens when you meet with this male officer?
I spoke to him and started to give him, a statement. But he stops me and he says, hold on, let me get an investigator to speak with you. So
What happens
he
at that point?
takes us back. He gives us, the victim statements to write our papers, our statements.
Do you fill it out there at the police station or do you take it home with you?
We take it home.
You take it home, okay. The packet itself excuse me, I said packet, the papers that you said that they gave you, you said you take it home with you?
I want to say yes, I don't remember. This happened in 2022.
All right, so you don't remember, you may have taken it home?
Yes,
All right. These papers, is this the report that you're talking about that you filed?
say that again, sir.
Okay, so these papers that you're referring to, that you received, is that the report that you are describing that you had filed regarding this incident?
So the report we did at the office, I can't remember that part, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. What happens after your interaction there at the police station with that male police officer?
So he takes her statements and then I remember them taking photos of my neck, the injured area.
Was that done there at the police station?
Yes, because as we were walking away, a police officer said, hold on, let me take a picture of your neck. That, I remember that happening.
All right. What happened after he took the photographs of your neck?
He said, thank you, and then we went home.
Who is we?
The person that took the pictures of my injured neck.
No, I mean, who is we as in who we
Oh,
went home?
me and my grandmother,
And who is your grandmother?
Barbara Jefferson.
Right, so did she come with you to the police station or did you go by yourself and she like met you there?
She came with me.
She came with you, okay. So you were both there at the police station, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And did you both make the report together?
Yes, sir. If I can remember, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever tell your grandmother, Barbara Jefferson, specifically about what to put in her statement to the police?
No, sir.
Okay. Did she ever tell you what to put in your statement?
No, sir.
Did you fill it out to the best of your memory?
Yes, sir.
Did you feel like you described as best you could the incident that took place between you and Mr. Duran Evans?
Yes, sir.
All right. Um. Okay, so you said we as in you and your grandmother then left the police station, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did anything happen after that?
Say that again.
Anything happened after that as far as after you left the police station?
No, sir. I don't remember.
Okay, let me explain. I'm sorry, that might probably a stupid
Okay.
question. So this happened September 2022. We're now in December of 2025, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that's roughly a little over 3 years, right?
Yes, sir.
In that 3-year time period, have you ever told Barbara about your grandmother, about what to say as far as what happened on that day?
No, sir.
Have you ever threatened her to say what you want to say?
No, sir.
Have you ever threatened anybody about saying what you want to say?
No, sir.
All right. Lonnie, you gave your address earlier of where you live. Who lives with?
It probably was a day or two. I don't recall, but I did send a text message and it was through an unknown number. I had got one of those text app numbers and sent the text message to him.
What? What caused you to want to send that text message to Duran Evans?
I was speaking to my therapist. I won't say, but I was angry and I wanted to vent because he hurt me. He assaulted me. So I wanted to hurt him. So I sent text messages to him.
Okay. You said it was about a day or two after this incident happened?
Correct, sir, as far as I can recall.
All right, that's fine. Have you had any contact with Duran Evans about this incident specifically since it happened?
No, sir.
So the only contact you had with him subsequent to the incident is that text message?
Yes, sir.
All right. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
They will pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, defense.
Morning, Zanati.
Good afternoon, sir.
Do you remember,
Talking about that, I just got his hand.
Yeah.
No. No, the,
That one.
yes.
hey,
Good then.
can you hear me now? Is this better? Zanati, do you remember when I tried to call you and talk to you about this case?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what you told me?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling me you're gonna sue me, have me arrested, get the police on me?
No, I never said those things to you, sir.
Okay. What did you say?
Yeah, I remember that you asking me questions about the information. And I remember saying I don't feel comfortable answering those questions. That's what I remember, sir.
Okay. So your testimony is you don't remember saying those things to me, right? And that you did try to answer some questions, you just said you weren't comfortable. That's your testimony?
Yes, sir.
And that's
That's
honest
what I
testimony?
remember. Yes, sir.
Let me ask you. So, in your statement, right? Do you remember writing that statement?
Yes, sir.
You just don't remember when or where you wrote it?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And you don't remember if you took it home or not?
Correct. Yes, sir. I just remember it was on September the 24th, 2022.
So, do you remember, you don't remember when you wrote it or where you wrote it? You do remember though that you and your grandma did not sit there and write them together?
Correct. I don't remember that either. I know that we gave statements to the police together, but I don't recall writing the statements because I know that when Duran was arrested, we had to write victim statements when the case was picked
So
up.
there's more victim statements than
But I don't remember the report, like what we did with the report, sir.
so do you remember how many reports you wrote? There's two?
There's just two, but
So there are two reports.
there's one report from us from the beginning, but now after, when Duran got arrested,
You made a
And
second
then-
report.
and then the court asked us to write victim statements. I remember us writing the victim statements at home.
So when you wrote the victim report, you wrote it on the 24th?
No, this is after Duran got arrested. But the report was written on the 24th.
Your original statement that you said you wrote on the 24th, are you sure that wasn't the 28th?
It's possible that it was on the 28th.
Would it help you if I refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
Sure. I'll show you what's been marked as.
Okay.
Does that look familiar?
Yes, sir. This is my handwriting. Yes, sir.
It is your handwriting?
Yes, sir.
Is that your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now that you're looking at it, can you see what you wrote that report?
It says 9/28. Yes, sir.
It wasn't the 24th, it was the 28th.
Okay, yes,
You-
sir.
You went into the police station on 24th.
Yes.
And if you could, at the bottom of the page, you see where it's signed?
Yes.
Okay, who, do you remember that person witnessing it?
Page,
Two.
witness page?
Yeah, do you remember her witnessing it?
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember if she witnessed it on one day or was it 2 days or what was the situation there? She witnessed it all at once?
Are you talking about when we did the,
I'm talking about at the bottom of the page, somebody witnessed it, right? And they signed it and they dated it, right?
right? You saying that they witnessed us?
I wasn't there, so I'm asking you. Did they witness this all the same day? It was all one day that you did this? Or did you write the first page one day and then the second page another?
We wrote, I wrote this page one day. But I wrote this page all in one day. That I do remember.
Okay. Can you see at the bottom, what date did they say they saw you write this page in the first page?
The September 28th,
Okay, and then what day did they say they saw you write it on the second page?
September the 27th.
So these two statements you're talking about, is there a 27th statement and a 28th statement? Or you're saying there was one on the 24th and then one way later after he's arrested?
Apparently I wrote this statement on the 28th. This could be just a clerical error. That's a common mistake made by people. They sometimes put two different dates.
And, you know, there's some real interesting details that you're suddenly remembering. It was 3 years ago, right?
Yes, sir.
And all of a sudden, when you're up here, you're starting to be real colorful with what you remember and adding details.
Well, it's a traumatic event. People remember those things.
And so now that you're here, three years later, it's more clear in your mind, right?
No, some parts are still foggy, sir.
Okay. How come, well, let me ask you this. Did I hear you correctly? You're now saying you were in the middle seat when all this went on. That's what your testimony is?
Yes, sir. When
So you weren't behind, because everybody else says you're behind the passenger seat, including you, but now you're saying you're in the middle seat. Do I have that correct?
So I would like to ask, Counselor, sir, what, are you talking about the time when he, choked me? Or when we're
I'm talking about where were you sitting? Were you in the middle seat, like you're saying today? The first time you've ever said that you sit in the middle seat. No one's ever said that. Everyone's always said you're behind the passenger seat.
Object to badgering the witness.
Any other objections? And that
Is argumentative and narrative.
sustained. Next question, please.
Moment, Your Honor.
If you could, take a look at your statement. Did you write anywhere in there that you're in the middle seat?
I currently cannot see where, sir, in the statement.
Did you ever tell anyone before you came and looked at this jury that you were sitting in the middle seat?
Yes, sir.
Who did
As
you?
as I can recall, yes, sir. At the time of this event, during the event, I was sitting in the middle of the seat when he was choking me.
Sure, but the question was, have you ever told anybody besides when you came in here today You came up with that new story, that the middle seat that you never told anybody. Did you ever tell anybody that you're in the middle seat before today? Or that's something you just came up with today?
Yes, sir, I have told people.
Who did you tell?
This counselor.
When did you tell them that?
Your Honor, if he could allow her a minute to answer his questions before he begins to badger her with his
All
next
right,
question.
so ladies and gentlemen, just ask the question. Give the witness a chance to answer it. If there are any objections, the court will hear objections. Could you ask your question, counsel?
Sure. When did you tell them that?
I told him that on their hearing, and I told,
Hold on, what hearing? You told him that on what hearing? What day?
December 2nd,
In December 2nd,
or when we were called, when we had.
this week, you're saying?
All right, so
I'm sorry.
ladies and gentlemen, if you'll step outside just for 2 minutes.
So if I understand your testimony correctly, this week was the first time you ever told anybody you were sitting in the middle seat.
No, sir, I, told, him when we had when we met on, I wanna say Monday or Tuesday, we had to meet, he told me to come in at 8 AM, he wanted my statement. But before the case was switched over into this district, I had a previous DA and I explained to her when we were in the car during the incident, I was sitting in the middle seat. That was the only time when he told me I was sitting in the middle seat. But when we drove to the car, when we drove to the theater, I was sitting behind my mother. When we drove home, I was sitting behind my mother. The only time that I was sitting in the middle of the seat is when we were driving back to go pick up my phone, to go find my phone from the Live Oak Theater, sir.
So time out. The only time you sat in the middle seat, you just said, was when we were driving back to the Live Oak movie theater. Is that what you just said? That's what
So
you just said.
it is, but I want to clarify my statement, sir.
You were also sitting there when,
I was sitting behind my, mother when we were driving to go pick up my phone. The only time I got into the middle seat was when I found my phone and I was speaking to my mother about what happened.
okay, so,
Asking me what was going on.
and then after you talked to your mom about what happened, you moved back behind the passenger seat, right?
No, sir.
You stayed there.
Yes, because we were still talking. Oh, yes, sorry, sir.
So it's not true that the only time you sat in the middle seat is when y'all left. That's a not true statement.
Say that again, sir.
Couple seconds ago, you said the only time I ever sat in the middle seat was when we were driving away and I discovered I lost my phone. That's what you said. Is that statement true or?
The only time I was sitting in the middle seat is after I found my phone and I left the Live Oak Theater and I sat in the middle seat because my mother was asking me what was happening.
Have you ever? Yeah. So you've had an opportunity to read your statement. Did you ever in that statement mention anything about sitting in the middle seat?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Let me ask you. You're now coming in here and saying you were sitting in the middle seat because you know it's impossible to reach you in the passenger seat, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Would Duran be able to reach you if you were sitting where everybody says you were sitting behind the passenger seat?
Yes, it's possible because he's over 6 feet tall. He's a large man. He's able to reach.
So you're sitting in the middle seat, right? Describe to me how you're sitting in the middle seat.
I'm sitting in the middle seat next to my grandmother because she's.
If you're gonna be sitting in the seat right now, like
Your Honor,
pretend
can
that
defense
there.
counsel allow her to finish answering the question that he is asking of her before he interjects with another question?
Wait for the witness to answer the question. All right, ask your question.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you remember having a conversation with the detective about where and how you were sitting in the car?
No, sir, I can't remember. I wouldn't be able to give you the statement directly of what I said to the detective.
So if you were to tell the detective, say, I was curled up in the corner, would that be a lie or was what you just said on the stand a lie? Because you can't be in the corner curled up in a ball and you can't be in the middle seat, right? So which one was it?
So if you're asking me if could recall telling the detective if I remember sitting in the middle seat or on the side of the passenger seat, I wouldn't be able to fully answer that question to you, sir. Because these are
Okay.
words and no one remembers that conversation that was said 3 years ago, sir. I
But
apologize.
you remember now that you're on the stand, you remember crystal clear, you were definitely in the middle seat, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you told people that before, right?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Okay. Looking through your statement, did you ever mention that Duran swung the car around super quick and headed back to the movie theater? Did you ever mention that?
no, I don't remember.
Or did he
I
not
do
swing the
know
car?
that he was
Your Honor, can
aggressive.
defense counsel allow her to finish answering the question that he just asked of her before he interjects?
I do remember that he was speeding. He did sweep on the car doing the U-turn. I guess because he was trying to rush to get us back to the movie theater, sir.
And you've given about 5 statements, right? You gave a statement on the phone. You gave a statement to Miss Cabrera. You gave a statement to the detective. You have a written statement. And then you gave a statement to Officer Kennedy. And then not one of those statements do you mention he angrily swerved the car around. Did you?
He just swerved the car. He did a U-turn and we just, or that's just what happens, sir. I just know that he turned around and we did a
You
U-turn.
never described him turning around that way anywhere else, right?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
We never answered. Okay. Are you sure that you're not just saying that because you want to add in details to make him look mad?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Did you ever take any pictures of your neck?
Me personally?
Yeah.
No, sir.
How long was it before anybody took a picture of your neck?
It was on September 24th when we went to go talk to the officers. And as we were leaving, there was a police officer saying, let me take pictures of the injury. That was the only time I remember, sir.
Do you recall what officer that was?
No, sir.
Male, female?
It was a male. Our female, I don't remember, sir.
Was it the same officer that handed you the victim sheets?
I don't know, sir.
Yeah. Do you have those photographs with you?
No, sir.
Look through your report. Do you remember, or do you see in there, did you ever mention that your mom got out, checked your neck?
I do not mention this in the statement, but this did happen, sir.
And that's a little detail you remembered today?
No, I have told this to, the council and to the previous DH.
Okay. And now, this Lexus, right? You're saying it's an SUV? It's not a four-door car? It's an SUV?
I told that it was a Hyundai Sonata, Duran has the same make and car and model. I remember us taking, from my memory, I remember us taking. I remember us taking.
And you're
that.
positive it's that Hyundai, right? You're positive y'all were in the Hyundai and not the Lexus?
From my memory, yes, sir, I remember us driving that car.
Your grandma had mentioned you met a friend inside. So you had mentioned a second ago that when you came back in the movie theater, that you said, hey guys, think my phone might be lost. I hope, gee golly, hope nobody stole it, right? Was the tone of that was actually very angry, right? You weren't calm.
Yes, I mentioned that in the original statement, that when I spoke to them, I wasn't in the friendliest tone. I spoke to them.
So were you already angry and crying and making accusations of theft?
Objection to speculation, Your Honor.
I'm asking if she was.
All right, no cross comments. Just make your objection. The court will make a ruling. The state's objection is overruled. You may ask your
So-
question.
You were already angry, upset, making accusations that they're stealing your phone, cussing, crying prior to after you found your phone and you'll have the second confrontation. From the very beginning, you were very upset with them.
I was not very upset. I was in a panic state. Cause when you lose something that's important to you, you are in a panic state.
So in this panic state, you're cussing and making accusations and crying.
No, sir, I was speaking to the attendant and saying, like Russ speaking and saying, I hope no one took my phone. Can we go look in the theater? I hope no one stole my phone. When we were in the theater, that's when I like saying, I hope no one took my phone and cursing, because I was irritated because the attendant kept saying the same thing over and over again, and I'm already panicked and frustrated, and it wasn't a soothing thing when you're telling the attendant, hey, I hope no one took my phone, and then you're constantly saying that people don't steal, which is what's frustrating, so.
So you got frustrated when she wasn't agreeing with your story.
I was frustrated because I was just saying, I guess we had like a disagreement. Cause I was just saying, I hope no one took my phone, because people steal. And the attendant was insisting that it should be in the theater because people don't steal.
Who were you accusing of stealing the phone?
I was accusing, well, I was hoping, because I wasn't accusing anyone, I was just hoping that no one stole the phone, like anybody. It could have been the people in the movie theater, the people that was in the movie theaters watching the movie. It could have been the people that were working. I was just saying that I hope no one stole the phone. The attendant automatically assumed that it was the kids. Like, oh, well, it couldn't be our people that are the people that were working at the theater that stole the phone. And I said, okay, that's fine, but people steal all the time, you never know. So,
And
that was calm in the beginning when I walked up to her. But then I started getting frustrated because we're in the theater, we're searching the phone, I couldn't find the phone. And as we're finding the phone, she kept saying the same statement over and over again. And I was explaining to her, as a manager, you shouldn't keep saying those statements because it's not a soothing thing when someone's already frustrated and they're trying to find their phone. And at that time, when I was saying that, I was not, in the calmest manner. I wasn't in the nicest tone in that moment, sir.
And I think in your statement up there, you said we exchanged words, right?
With the movie
In
attendant,
that statement right in front of you, did you say we exchanged words? That's how you described it in there?
with the movie attendant? Yes, sir.
And exchange words means you were pretty heated and yelling, correct?
Objection to speculation, Your Honor.
That'll be overruled.
I'm my statement, with my previous answers. Yes, sir, I have admitted that I was frustrated and I wasn't in the nicest tone. I said it when he asked me, and I'm saying it with you, sir, that yes, I wasn't in the nicest tone because I was frustrated. I was on
Yes,
dialysis.
yes, if I could, try to keep your answers short. I got.
Right, so, y'all ask a question, witness will answer. If there's any objections, just make objections and the court will rule on them.
You had mentioned today for the first time ever that Duran was actually upset on the way into the movie theater.
Yes,
Okay, and that's because today, 3 years later, you just remembered that little detail.
Objection
No.
argumentative, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
oh, okay. No. Can you restate your statement again, your question, sir?
So you made all these statements we were talking about. You never in any of those statements ever mentioned anything about Duran being upset when you turned the car around. You never mentioned anything about, I think you said he was like high stepping or double stepping or. You never mentioned that to anyone ever until today. So did you just remember that today? Or did you just make it up today?
Sir, I'm not making,
I object to argumentative, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
so, sir, I'm not making up the story, my statement is not made up, this happened. The man physically abused me. To answer your question, sir, I mentioned earlier that when I said that, I had lost my phone in the theater. He swerved the car around and I said that it was a little bit
It's not
aggressive.
Objection non-responsive, Your Honor.
Overruled. You may continue.
That it was aggressive, and I said possibly because he was frustrated or angry, or no, frustrated or just trying to rush us to get to the movie theater. When we were driving, though, he was quiet. That's what I said, he was quiet. We were all talking about the movie and he was quiet. But when he did come, I just said that he just stepped up 2 steps at a time in the movie theater.
So
I'm trying to answer your question.
Sure.
As my ability, sir.
Yes. All right, ask your next question.
Sure. So you wrote your written statement much closer to the events in question, right, than today? Yes or no?
No,
So you're saying that your testimony today is closer to the event than your written statement? Let me ask the question again.
oh, okay. I would say that this statement is most closely written.
And your memory was better at that time, yes or no?
Oh, yes, sir, because it was around that same time, it happens around 7 days.
So the little details. The little details like, which seat you sat in. It's not in your written statement, right?
Objection to asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there anything in your statement about him being upset?
Yes, sir, when he's saying, you shut the F up.
No, I'm talking, we understand that at the very end, everybody was upset. I'm
Say it.
talking about before you, on the way or back to the movie theater to find the phone. And while you're finding the phone, is there anything in there about you being upset, about Duran being upset?
Yes, sir, I would say so. When he's trying to get me to hear, the manager's side, that's when he became frustrated.
Okay, so he actually became frustrated when he was trying to get you to hear the manager's side and not because you told him you lost your phone.
I think that he was agitated or frustrated because I lost my phone because he had to turn back around to go to the movie theater so that we can pick it up, sir.
Then why did you just say he became upset? And why did you put in your report, he only became upset when we got in the argument about the management stealing the phone and me accusing them of stealing the phone?
An object to compound question, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Because, sir, this is a two. To be honest, I was being brief in the statement. It's a 2-page statement. It's a short page. I didn't know if we could write more. I was just trying to be brief and direct to the point. That's usually what they advise that you do with the officer when you give a statement.
Okay, let me ask.
But that doesn't mean that the events that I'm telling you did not happen or occur.
Right. Let me ask you a question. Do you remember your conversation with Ms. Cabrero on the 24th, on September 24th? Do you remember what she told her?
No, sir, I don't even remember that name.
That's the phone call you made with the female officer, one of the
Yes,
first
sir.
statements that you made.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling her that Duran walked into the movie theater to help y'all look for the phone? Do you remember saying the word he walked?
Well, yes, sir, because he walked in after, because I was in the movie theater. So Duran, yes, he did walk into the movie theater and he walked in 2 steps at a time to reach us as fast as possible
Let me ask you.
to help us find the phone.
When you said he 2-stepped in, were you trying to say he was kind of running and angrily in there? I mean, that jogging, I mean, isn't that kind of what that implies?
Objection to speculation and relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
He was walking and he went to the movie theater. And most people, when they see those stairs, they do 2 steps at a time. That's what he did. That's what happened in the story, sir.
So, yeah.
I mean, in my statement, sir.
Okay. So, he actually calmly walked in, right? Or in your words, he walked in like anybody else would, right? You said most people 2-step in. He calmly walked in, so he walked in just like everybody else, right?
Yes, sir. He was a frustrated, dedicated, like,
Okay, thank you. And he turned that car around just like a normal person would, right?
we swerved though. We went like this and we all looked.
And at that point, that's when you came out of the middle seat and shifted back over behind the passenger, right?
No, sir.
Okay, you stayed in that middle. He just went a little bit like,
I wasn't in the middle seat at that time, sir. I was sitting behind my mother. When we reached the movie theater, I got out, went straight for my phone. When I got my phone, I was in the car first. I went and sat in the middle seat because my mother was asking me, sir, what happened?
objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can ask your next question.
Yes, so it's your testimony that Duran is so upset about you losing your phone that he swerves the car around, brings you back to the movie theater, waits in the car for a little bit, then calmly walks inside and helps you look for the phone? That's how frustrated he was?
No, he was
Objection to
upset.
asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What kind of things was he telling you while y'all were looking for the phone? Was he telling you things like, calm down, we're gonna find it, it's sure, check your phone, did you put it in the cup? Was he asking those sorts of things? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he was asking them calmly and nicely, wasn't he? He was trying to be helpful. Isn't that true?
No, sir. He was, um, he was in a rush, like he was ready to just go home. So he was saying, hey, let's look here, let's look here. That's why he swerved the car around, trying to rush to get to the car. He was agitated, frustrated, because we had to go back and get my phone. She was agitated and frustrated, but we had to go back and get my phone, sir. And then as we were searching for the phone and you.
Objection non-responsive, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer.
So then, so because he was agitated and frustrated, because we had to go back and get my phone. And me and the attendant was going back and forth about the whole thing about the phone being stolen or not. He was getting upset and frustrated. And, we get the phone, we leave, I told him I was done. I think that made him frustrated and angry because I said, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. And I think he got even more frustrated and upset because he was trying to get me to listen to the attendant. And I said I was done. I was frustrated. So we were angry. We were both frustrated because communication dialogue was breaking down. We get in the car. I get in the car first because he's still talking to the attendant. I don't know what he was doing. But
Your Honor, I would object to a narrative.
Overruled. You can continue your answer.
okay, so then I get into the car, I'm in the middle seat because I'm talking to my mother. My mother is asking me what's going on because she sees that I'm crying. Then my Duran gets into the car, into the driver's seat. We're both talking at the same time. My mother says, shh, hold on, let me hear what Duran had to say, because at that point in time, I said, I don't want to talk about it, I'm frustrated, I just want to calm down. And
If I may, can I ask you a new question?
yes, sir.
Today, you said Duran first pointed in your face and then went from the point to a choke. Correct? Yes or no? Short yes or no?
Yes, he's pointing in my face saying,
Thank you. And today on the stand is the first time you have ever told anybody that he pointed in your face before he choked you, correct?
in the statement, I say that he said that too, that he pointed and said.
In which statement?
In that statement, sir, when I say that, he said you, as my understanding, he said you.
All right, if you want to, let's read it. Will you read it out loud?
It says, you know what, Nani, I don't want to say those
Yeah.
words.
Show me
You
where.
may say the words.
I may say the words?
Yes. The defense requested that you read it.
Okay. It says, you know what, Nani, you shut the fuck up.
Okay, then keep going.
Duran yelled, And then I responded and yelled back saying the same thing to
Okay,
him.
then keep going.
Then Duran reached for my neck from the driver's seat. His hand grabbed me very tightly. I tried to pry his hands from around my neck, but then you want me?
No, that's fine. So back to my original question. This statement written right after the fact, a couple of weeks later, you never mentioned once that it was a point. You said he went straight for my throat, right?
No, sir. I did state that we exchanged words first before he reached for my throat.
We're talking about the gesture when he's in the front, right?
Mhm.
And he's doing that. You understand, just said it was a point, then a grab, correct? Yes or no?
No, sir.
That's not what you just said.
Oh, okay, sir. I'm sorry if I
How about this?
got my words mixed up.
Is
I'm
it
sorry.
fair, yes or no? Is it fair to say you never mentioned in that report anything about Duran pointing a finger at you?
According to the
That's fair to
state,
say?
yes, that's fair to say, yes,
Thank you.
sir.
And it's also fair to say you never said that to anybody else at any other point in time ever.
Objection to asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer.
I have said that to be honest, I can't really answer
Please,
that
please be honest.
honestly, sir.
Okay.
I-
Was that a detail though that you just remembered today that it was a finger in the face and then a choke?
No, sir, because I remember him saying, because that's what triggered me, because he pointed his finger and he's yelling and saying those words.
So,
So I responded back.
and that statement's written in your own handwriting.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling officer, the woman that you spoke to on the phone, right? Very first statement that you made when you spoke to her.
Yes.
Do you remember telling her? Evan turned around from the driver's seat towards the back seat and put his right hand around my throat. Do you remember telling her that?
Yes, sir, I do remember. I remember that happening.
And you never mentioned to her there was a point in the face, right?
Objection to asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. Is the truth that all it ever was a point in your face and you got so upset by it that you're doing all of this?
Objection argumentative, Your Honor.
Overruled.
He choked me.
Okay, that wasn't my question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is the truth all it was a finger pointed in your face and that was it? Yes or no? Just simple yes or no?
No, it wasn't just a point in my face.
Okay. And you're 100%, because this was 3 years ago, right? And you don't have anything to refresh your memory about this. You are you can look at this jury and you can tell them, here today, 3 years later, I'm absolutely positive it was a finger in the face and then a choke.
Yes, you would remember if someone choked you,
Yeah.
correct?
I would certainly remember if someone choked me with two hands for 40
You
seconds.
would remember before that they pointed the finger and say those harsh words to you, correct? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I would. I would have taken pictures. Did you take any pictures? Wait, let me ask you this. Let me back up because I've asked that. You and your grandma, right? Y'all go home, right? After this, your mom drives you home.
Yes,
And you and your grandma are pretty good friends. That's fair to say. Y'all live together. You might even be besties, right?
I have before this happened, I had a really good relationship with my mother too, sir,
Okay,
yes.
but you had a great relationship with your grandma. She's your bestie. She lives with you and
Yes, sir.
yeah. So, obviously, when y'all get home, right, y'all y'all have to talk about this, right? I mean, he just choked you out in the car. Oh my gosh, didn't y'all talk about it when you came back? What was that conversation like? What were y'all talking?
No, sir, I didn't talk. I went straight went straight to my room because I was numb and instead of shocked.
So-
I didn't want to talk about it.
And the next morning, when you woke up and you're out of this shock, what's the conversation like then? Wow, yesterday was crazy, or what were you saying?
I didn't talk about it then.
I'm sorry.
I didn't talk about it until,
Yes, what's your objection?
Sidebar.
All right, that objection will be overruled. You can answer the question.
okay. I didn't talk to my grandmother at all because I was at that time, I didn't talk to anybody at all. I didn't talk to anybody until after until I spoke to my therapist, because I was hurt. I was shocked.
And you spoke to your therapist a week after this happened, correct?
No, I texted her about it, and then we scheduled an appointment.
On what day?
I don't remember, sir.
Do you still have copies of those texts?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. So when's the next time you talk to your grandma?
It was the day before the 24th. That's when I spoke.
So the day before y'all went to go to the police, y'all started talking again?
Like, a couple of days before, yes, sir. Yes, yes.
Johnny, you've been described as someone who's gonna stand up for herself and be assertive. That is who you are, correct? You're not afraid to push back and stand up for yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
So why didn't you stand up for yourself and call the police?
Because my mother asked me not to. And I love my mother, so I was in the catch-22, like I was abused, but I was trying to honor my mother, but she asked me not to, so I didn't know what to do in that situation.
Where in your written statement did you put, or maybe you didn't check it, did you put anywhere in there, my mom asked me not to tell the police? Did you put that anywhere in your written statement there?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, thank you. Yes or no? Did you tell that officer, the female officer you made the phone call to? Yes or no? Did you tell her, she's told me you lied. Oh.
Objection
Yeah.
to sidebar, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So
Ladies and
When-
gentlemen, you just to disregard the last statement from defense counsel. You may ask your next question.
that female officer, did you ever tell her, my mom asked me not to go to the police? Yes or no?
If I can remember correctly.
Don't speculate, please.
I'm just trying to give you my honest testimony, sir. From what I can remember, yes, I do remember, I think I do remember saying, like, my mother, I told my mother I didn't, she told me not to ask, because she was, when I spoke to her, she asked me, how come you didn't report it the day of the incident? From my memory, sir. When I made that phone call, you talking about the phone call, right? Correct, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so after you spoke to that female officer, you go on the 24th, I think, to the substation, right? And you spoke
Objection
to,
to asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you tell the officer when he handed you y'all's victim statements, did you tell him then, my mom told me not to come to y'all?
I probably didn't because the officer told me to be brief and straight to the point, so
Besides this morning, or right now, in this courtroom, did you ever tell anybody else, my mom told me not to go to the police?
yes, sir. I told the previous DA office before it would switch into this district from what my memory, and then yeah, I told that one, that DA officer, sir.
So when Duran puts this finger in your face, do you pull back from him, or what's your movements when he does that? Puts a finger in your face?
I just yelled back the same words that he said back to me.
Okay. And then it's your testimony that he grabbed you with the right hand, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he's in the driver's seat,
Yes, sir.
and then he reached over with the other hand and grabbed you with both at that point.
Yes, sir.
And he held on for 40 seconds.
That's an estimate. Everything happened so far. I just remember.
So
me-
far or fast? Did everything happen so fast is what you're saying?
Yes, everything happened so fast. I can't give you an exact amount of time.
Sure. I mean, I'd hate to count out 40 seconds, but that's not that fast.
Object to sidebar, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, so,
Ladies and gentlemen, you disregard the statement from defense. Ask your next question.
okay, so you're saying right hand goes on, 1, 2, and tell me when the left comes on. Right hand goes on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
I-
17, 18.
I'm objecting counsel testifying at this time.
Sustained.
How many seconds in before he puts that second hand up there?
It's almost simultaneously, like as he's putting his right hand, he's putting his left hand and he's squeezing around my neck.
And what are you saying to him while he's squeezing your neck?
Nothing, because I can't talk or breathe, and my grandmother is calling off, like, digging her fingers, trying to pry his fingers from around my neck.
Do you remember going to your sister Isis' house and telling her you wanted grandma out of the house?
Objection to relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you ever tell your grandma, if you don't make this statement, I'm kicking you out of my house?
No, sir. I bought that house for my grandmother.
So you would never try to kick her out?
No, sir.
So you never went to ISIS?
Objection to relevance, Your Honor.
Did you ever go? I can.
That will be overruled.
Go ahead and answer that. Did you ever tell ISIS, I am kicking grandma out of my house?
Objection to relevance and asked and answered, Your Honor.
All right, the objection to asked and answered will be overruled. The objection to relevancy be sustained.
Can we approach her?
No.
What about your other sister, your twin? Did you ever tell her, I'm kicking grandma out?
Objection to relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And Your Honor, I would just say it goes to grandma's motive.
Sustained.
I passed the witness.
Any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused or subject to recall?
Excuse me, the state.
We could save, Zanani for recall.
All right, the rule has been invoked. We're not allowed to view anything or discuss your testimony with anyone. Please make sure you're available if either party decides to recall you. If you'll leave the square microphone behind. And before I excuse you. All right, so everyone, we're going to start on Monday, and we're not on the record, Cindy. We're going to start on Monday at 10:30. And then defense, you can call your witnesses at that time if you choose to call witnesses. And then with regards to Kennedy, you all have agreed afternoon. Okay.